Once again, as every morning, we are reminding everyone of the 16 days of activism against violence, against women and children. Let's all do our part in that very important struggle, and let's all be activists as far as that is concerned. Maybe if I can at this point in time just hand over to the evidence team to indicate to us the proceedings for today.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be leading evidence today together with Advocate Nhloko and together with Advocate Lotz. I see that our next witnesses are already ready, but just a quick apology to the panel. The legal team this morning had to settle a scheduling issue, but I think we can proceed with the next testimony from the other witnesses if the panel so pleases.
So, Advocate Moroka, the scheduling issue was in respect of the first witness, correct?
It was just it was a general scheduling issue that we deal with from time to time regarding just how we're scheduling and accommodating different parties appearing before us.
Okay, so your first witness then is? Oh. Yes, so your first witness for the day is?
Our first witness, Commissioner, just so that they could take the oath, is the UPL Conubia Fire Civil Society Action Group. We will go a little bit into detail regarding the nature of the evidence once they have taken the oath. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, well, welcome this morning. Maybe you can just introduce yourself that we get the names. From our side, the panel is myself. I'm the chair, Andre Gaum, Commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission, and to my left, Commissioner Pilile Ntuli, and to my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. If you can just introduce yourself, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Kwanele Msizazwe. I'm from Blackburn Village.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, thanks for giving us the opportunity to present to you today. I am Rajan Naidu. I'm a professor at the University of KwaZulu-Natal at the Discipline of Occupational and Environmental Health. Thank you.
Apologies, Chair. Just a quick one. We didn't get the surname of the first gentleman, please, Mr. Kwanele. Just if you repeat your surname, please.
Kwanele Msizazwe.
Msizazwe.
Yes.
Msizazwe. Is that correct?
Msizazwe. M-S-I-Z-A-Z-W-E.
Thank you. I have it, Mr. And it's Mr. Msizazwe. Thank you. As I understand it, both of you will be giving evidence. Is that correct? Okay. So in that case, I will have to administer the oath in respect of both of you. Mr. Msizazwe, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'm willing to take oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
All correct.
No, you need to say, "So help me God," please, when you lift your right hand.
Help me God. So help me God.
Come again.
So help me God.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me God.
Thank you so much. Professor Naidu, Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I do.
You willing
wish
to
to
take
take
the
the
oath? Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You're most welcome, and the evidence leading team will be leading your evidence. I'm not sure who it would be, but they will indicate from their side. Thank you.
Yes, colleagues, so I will ask a couple of questions, but at any juncture, my colleagues to my right can interject as they would require a follow-up, and they may also have some questions that they might note as you are giving your testimony, just to allow a free flow from your side, and then they can come in and slot in at relevant times. Thank you so much. Chairperson and the panel, you will recall that our terms of reference wanted to also know about spatial and socio-economic issues that were prevalent during the unrest, that may have been connected to the unrest or that occurred during the unrest. I point you to the bundle that we have provided. It contains the submission by the civil society. It's a 30-page submission, and they detail the testimony that they intend on giving today, but we are gonna, for the benefit of persons who don't have the submission, ask for an overview and then just extract some questions out of that, including some questions that we have already prepared. I think that's how it's going to unfold from our side. I will refer to you as colleagues, but as we engage person to person, we will refer to you by name and title. Maybe as a starting point, we can get an overview just of the incident of that happened regarding the Kunubia fire, and perhaps also, or rather, let's start with this. What is the Kunubia Fire Society Action Group? What inspired it, and what is the cohort of persons that form part of the civil society?
I will respond to that. These civil society group arose out of a need to respond to the what was perceived to be an environmental disaster following the fire at the warehouse. It became quickly evident that although government agencies were responding to the incident, the engagement with local communities, the engagement with civil society was not adequately present. And there wasn't the required free flow of information to civil society. And as a result of this, to better understand what was going on and to better understand the impact on the environment, the civil society, which consisted of both activists from in the environmental health domain, as well as community leaders, as well as technical experts like myself in environmental health, got together to try to engage with the government agencies.
Thank you, Prof. And just as a follow-up, what are the larger mission and objective of the civil society? Is it specifically with regards to this incident, kind of like dealing with it until its full conclusion, whatever that may be, or are there larger environmental and health concerns that the civil society does?
So within the group, there are I wouldn't say organizations represented, but members who are part of long-standing organizations, environmental groupings, such as the South Durban Environmental Alliance and Groundwork. There's academics from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and the Durban University of Technology, as well as colleagues from institutions in Gauteng. We did not form ourselves with any long-term mission. It was largely to respond to the issues that were presenting itself with UPL. Whether it would take a different shape going forward, I cannot state at this point in time, but certainly what we did see was that we brought together people with a high level of technical knowledge about environmental disasters, and it presents us with an opportunity to look at broader issues that this particular incident may be symptomatic of.
Thank you, Prof. And I note also that the submission was a collective effort by all the experts and all the intellectuals and activists and so forth. Is there any affiliations at this point, like working together? And I think you've alluded a little bit to that, that members are already forming part of other civil societies, but is there any official affiliation with, say, the Center for Environmental Studies? Have you been able to be, to work together with those other societies?
So the activists in this country around environmental health have a very broad network nationally, and people may be working with other agencies and other organizations on a national basis, and from time to time may call on those agencies for advice and direction, but there's no formal relationships with anybody beyond the civil society grouping as it stands.
All right, thank you. Then I think we can transition, please, to just giving us an overview of the Konibia fire, and perhaps also be mindful of, I know you've already used the abbreviation UPL, so I will remind you, maybe just for the benefit of those who are not familiar with the submission, to use the full term, and then we can use the abbreviation afterwards, so that we don't lose anybody.
Okay, thank you. On my side, I can only explain what happened after the incident of the unrest. After 3 days, okay, on the 12th of July, where there was an unrest, so midnight, I think it was 12 or 11, we saw a smoke, and we smelled the smoke. So everyone was confused on what is happening. So in the morning, this is where we saw that the warehouse just a kilometer away from where we stay, it's burning. So the time I was going at work, I just went past that place. I saw the Department of Firefighters trying to get off the fire. But when I was coming back from work, the time the wind was changing the direction, the smelling wasn't the same as we used to smell. It was a different smell and a terrible smell.
Sorry, Mr. Sizazo. You said where you stay. Can you just locate, as you're giving evidence, locate where you are? For people who don't have the submission, we have it, so we can sort of follow where you are. But for the record purposes, you state where you are and what is the distance, if possible, and as you go along and when you're coming back from work through, for clarity purposes, please.
Okay, I'm staying in Blackburn Village. From the warehouse, I think it's not even a kilometer away, because Blackburn Village is just here when you are going to Spire Casino. So if we are, as we are working here at Umhlanga, most of us who are staying there, it's the other route that we used to take when we're coming here to Umhlanga. So, and we used to go to do shopping at Macro because UPL is nearby Macro and is also nearby Konopia Mall. So this is where we are, this is the way that we are using every day, I can say so. So as I was explaining, after 3 days, we saw the water changing color, and there was some municipality representatives who came with warning boards that we mustn't play now around around the river, and they were like doing the loud hearing also at the same time, letting us know that now the water has been contaminated with chemicals or that kind of stuff. And after a week or two, there was government representatives who came there to just to get to know what is how were we affected due to the burning of the warehouse, as the scientists were already released the report that the chemicals that were stored on that warehouse were very dangerous. So I was there on that day. So I explained everything to them. Then they asked me, as a matter of agency, what would I like to see, or what would I like to see happening? So I told them that as we are that kind of community, I would be happy if I could see some medical expert coming there to test the people of Blackburn Village, because most of the people, I can say 90% of the community doesn't have access to medical aids. So we only rely on public health services, and the clinic that we are using as a community is a mobile clinic coming from the eThekwini municipality, and it only comes once a week. So if you have a critical condition, they will just refer you to go to the doctor or hospital. They won't be able to help you. So I was shocked when I saw that there was like months going on, no feedback from the government representatives, as they said themselves that it was a matter of agency. And the thing that I was asking to them was very clear. It wasn't something like that much difficult. And there was an agents company called Apex, which was collecting data, I can say so, on how Blackburn people were affected with the smoke. I think it was around 400 forms that Blackburn community filled. Then those forms were taken back to UPL, and UPL did the analysis on the information that was provided by the community members of Blackburn Village. 2 weeks back, Apex people who were doing that called us and asked to have a meeting with us. So we went and met with them. So they told us that UPL have given them complaint forms. The complaint forms need to be filled by an individual who has issues or complain about the fire. So I asked them, guys, you already did this. Then why now again do we still need to do the same thing, I believe, that you did before? So they said to us that on the forms that they were doing, it was voluntary, because some of the members didn't provide their names. They only talk about the incident. They were not willing to provide their names. So that is why they said to us, now UPL have decided to give this complaint form. So everyone who will be having a problem or a complaint will just write the full details of themselves. So as a community leader, I decided, no, okay, let me not fight with these guys. The only thing I want for my community is them to get medication, medical attention, because they also said to us, UPL have decided to implement a clinic, but the clinic that they were going to implement, they said is going to be at Umhloti. Then I said to those Apex guys, then if it's there at Umhloti, then it's not for Blackburn Village. We want a clinic that is going to be implemented in Blackburn Village, not at Umhloti. We are not staying at Umhloti, or we are not members of Umhloti. So they said they will go back with the complaint and tell UPL that we are not happy about what UPL have decided to do due to what we've been telling them. So the situation at the moment, it's like that, but we are still experiencing a lot of complaints from the community on health issues. So we really don't know where exactly we must go, because at the time I was telling government departments, I thought maybe we were going to get immediate help. So on my side, I think that's all.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. I just have a few questions. The Blackburn village that you come from, can you just give us a sense of how it is in terms of service delivery? You use village and not township, so just maybe speak to how it is to live there and issues of service delivery. Give us a sense of the place.
Okay, so Blackburn village is an informal settlement. So we had some issues like electricity. We don't have proper connections. We have two sides in the village. The one side, the electricity is connected properly, but the other side, we are connecting the electricity illegally. Not that the Department of the Electricity in eThekwini doesn't know about that issue in the village. They know. And the other issue that we have is the one on the cleaning side. So it takes too long for them to come and collect the trash. So we really don't know why it's like that. And in terms of also they have implemented the the toilets, but now someone who is doing maintenance or someone who is responsible of the operations of those toilets, it's doing nothing. And I have been doing my own research, and I have heard that the person has been given a tender by the municipality, and the person is not even staying there with us. We have guys there who had businesses. So I believe if maybe the municipality have given them that opportunity, maybe we're not going to be in the situation that we are in now. Because on those 7 toilets in the Blackburn village, I think it's only 2 now that are working. The rest are closed because the maintenance is terrible. They've been blocked several times. They don't pay people who are doing the clinic on those toilets. And the other challenge that we have is the kids who are studying. In terms of transportation, there is a big problem when it comes to transportation, because there was a guy who had a bus there. Now he's old, he can't be on that operation anymore. So they are really, really sacrificing now to go to school. And we are looking for help now, like if there could be someone who can try to assist with the government transport to transport those learners to go to school. all those kind of stuff. And we have like a big number of people who are unemployed. By this time of the year, there is like always troubles. People are stepping each other, all that kind of stuff. Corruption, killing. It's happening now and then because most of the people they have nothing to do. So if maybe we could get some sort of things like giving people training, all those kind of stuff, so that they can be skilled, because I believe here in Umhlanga there are lots of developments. So if they can be fully trained, they can maybe contribute to this side, then all these kind of issues maybe might try to slow down.
And so from a community leader perspective, can you give us a sense of what was happening during the unrest? We are later on going to get into a little bit more detail about the burning, but what was happening? I know you mentioned the date of the 12th of July. Can you just give a general sense of what was happening? Where were you getting news from? And yeah, and then I'll ask my next question.
Okay. Because we have relatives who are living in other areas here in KZN. So we saw like in social media what is going on that day. But now, I remember at the time the Black Band people did go out. I won't say they never go out. They did go out. So they were trying to go to Konopia Mall, but there were a number of police who stopped them, then they came back. But the only thing I can say is Blackburn Village was just a passage being used by people who were looting, because after 2 days we had a meeting here at Umhlanga, and we reported that there are a lot of equipment that we believe is from one of these warehouses that is all over Blackburn Village, like those pallet jacks, high stars, trucks, all those kinds of stuff. So we told them, and we were happy. We saw the police, they came to the village, and they took all of the stuff. I believe they took it back to the warehouses that they belong to, all those stuff that belongs to. We were not much involved in the looting thing. Not all of us, but I can say 80% of the village was not involved in that, because we were even involved in the street, I forgot the name now, but every night we used to stand by the entrance which is coming from Konopia. The other people were standing on the other side from Izinga with the residents of Umhlanga, trying to protect the place that feeds us, trying to protect the place that we used to shop to, trying to protect even the people from Blackburn Village, not to get hurt. So I think it was like a week, we were standing there, sacrificing, not sleeping, until the this thing of looting was over. So it was just like that. So I cannot say no one went to do looting. No, I cannot say that. Because some of the people went there at night, so you cannot see who is going there, who is not going there.
Thank you. And can you just talk a little bit about the relationship between Blackburn Village and the warehouse? Does it provide employment? What is its importance in terms of where you live?
No, they didn't give us opportunities. The only guys who were working there, I think they were not even more than 10. They only come to Blackburn Village when they were already when they were employed already by the company. Not that the company employed them through Blackburn Village. And the people from Blackburn Village, they did place their CVs in the company. No one was called. So they never gave us opportunities. And that is what I was always worried about, because if, as they said on their article, if they went all the 3 spheres of government and they are claiming that they are not wrong about implementing the warehouse there, then they should have been trying to uplift even the community that is nearby their company. So for me, I just believe that they were only there to kill the people of Durban North. Because even their headquarters in Mumbai, India, they did the same thing, and they ran away from where the UPL is originated.
And when the fire happened, did you have enough access to information? Did you feel that the media was covering it? Did you feel like the people who were addressing you were giving you enough information to know what happened, what measures as a community should take place, you should implement, and so forth? Did you have enough resources to make sense of what was happening with the burning?
No, we never had that opportunity to get access on what is happening, all that kind of stuff, because even UPL, ever since the incident happened, their first article, if I'm not mistaken, they released it maybe at the end of August or beginning of September. Their first article. Those guys are always running away from people. They don't want to meet anyone. If why, I also don't know.
And how far is Umdloti from Blackburn, where the clinic, you wanted the clinic in Blackburn, but I think the proposal was that it would go elsewhere. What's the distance between Blackburn Village and Umdloti?
Plus or minus 6 kilometers.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that testimony. Prof, what was the first intention after the civil society was formed? What did it hope to achieve? I think we've already heard from the witness a number of actions that took place, but what was kind of like the pillars of what would happen and what it would achieve?
Thanks very much. So I'd just first like to place in context how we see this in a human rights environment. Our case that we make is that poor environmental protection impacts on human health. And when people are disadvantaged at that sort of level, it then starts to influence their human rights. And as Kwanele has pointed out here quite clearly, when this starts to have an effect in marginalized communities, then you're starting to get a very serious impact on you, because they don't have a voice. They're not able to engage with government agencies, they're not able to engage with the polluter as effectively as they'd like. For example, Kwanele pointed out about this engagement, about coming to ask about problems. The UPL, United Phosphorus Limited, that's the company that's responsible, came to them asking questions. A marginalized community who doesn't understand what their rights are and is now faced with options. Do we give them the information that they're asking, even though we're suspicious about it? Or do we deny ourselves access to these resources that they may be offering? And so that's quite very important. There's one narrative that the company tried to push along the way, and that was that they had a diminished sort of responsibility in this. This was largely as a result of this protest. It had nothing to do with them. So we'd like to actually go back a step before that, and that argue that when UPL set up its warehouse, what were the parameters under which they set it up, and did they follow all necessary national, provincial, and local regulations? We argued that to a large extent they did not do this, and this then resulted in the consequences that followed.
No, certainly, Prof, and we're going to transition nicely into the human rights perspective and the framework of environmental health that you proposed in the submission. So my question was really just to get a lay of the land, just for context, to see in what are the elements of the unrest, what is it that would inspire actions. Multiple actions came out of societies, There were people who formed groups to protect properties. There were those who protested against the criminalization of the poor. So I'm only trying to get kind of like, the spirit behind why it was formed, why it's relevant for the unrest, because it's framed as something that happened during the unrest, and then we'll go into the wonderful framework of human rights that you proposed, that the authors propose.
So the first sort of task that we saw for ourselves as this grouping was to get to understand what was actually happening in this environmental incident. What was the, because as Cornelia pointed out, there was a complete breakdown in information. The only pieces of information that was seeping through was a few press statements that were made. Thankfully, we had a very progressive media, was able to engage with the issues at hand and try to uncover what was going on. But primarily, the company failed to provide information on an open basis and provide very clear directions to the community about how they should respond to these issues. And because of the failure of that information, the community just didn't know how to respond. And so here you have this massive dispersion of the most hazardous chemicals, some of which are banned internationally, some of which cause extremely serious health concerns. The community had no information. The best that the company's consultants could do was to say, wear masks. Stay indoors, wear masks. And that was so inappropriate. And so the civil society grouping decided that we needed to get involved to try to understand exactly what the issues were, what were people being exposed. And because the civil society grouping had the technical know-how, we were able to understand the chemicals, the health effects that were associated with the chemicals, the environmental impacts that those chemicals pose. So that was the first point. The second was to try to engage with the critical stakeholders, to try to engage not only with UPL, but to try to also engage with the government agencies, that is local government, and provincial government. So in provincial government, responsibility fell on ETIA, the Environmental Affairs Directorate. But once again, from those levels, information was not coming out as freely as we'd like to. So it required the expertise within the civil society grouping to try to unpack that information. So access to information, and then to provide guidance and direction to the marginalized communities who didn't know who to turn to.
No, certainly. Can I maybe refer you to paragraph 2 of the submission? Paragraph 2 of the submission, chairperson, panelists. So the first sentence is, looters started a fire at the warehouse on the night of 12 July 2021 during the period of unrest in KwaZulu-Natal. I just wanted to maybe understand, did you maybe understand this as part of the unrest? the fire, or do you think it's more general? So I just want to locate the incident. Do you think it, yeah?
So clearly it was within the context of the protests that were taking place at that time. But what we wanted to make quite clear was, had the company followed the necessary environmental legislative framework in the country and at local government level, we may not have had the disaster to the extent that existed. So yes, it was part of that protest, and we as a civil society grouping didn't attempt to try to unpack the relationship between the protest and the burning of that warehouse. We felt that was not our responsibility. Our responsibility was to understand why was that warehouse there, under what conditions it was placed in that location, and what were the consequences of making. I mean, sure, it was burnt by the looters, but it could have been anything else that could have happened at any other time. Would a similar sort of scenario played out, struck by lightning, for example? We don't know. And the reason is that the due care, the due responsibility that was required by the company was not there in the first place, in the first instance.
And maybe then you can just give us the framework that you are proposing as legitimate to try and understand the Kunubia fire, with an emphasis obviously on health and environment. Because I think that you were already alluding to that, but maybe as a direct answer to the question.
So that could be a long statement, but
yeah, let's try to keep it as brief,
okay.
Because we
So
have
I
the
think,
benefit of the written submissions, or something just to place others who don't have this in context.
right. So
yeah.
I think the first point to understand is that this, what I would refer to as an environmental disaster, had an impact on a number of different fronts. Firstly, it directly affected the environment. It then also impacted on human health. The impact on the environment also has consequences for people who may live off that environment. For example, fisher folk who do subsistence fishing in the water systems around the area. It may have impact for those people who grow crops in that area. So those things had to stop, and therefore this affects their livelihoods. There's also issues around, in terms of the human health. We know there will be effects on health in the short term, medium term, and long term. It is why we were arguing very strongly that health services be provided for this community, but not just to address the emergency or the acute effects. We require resources to be provided to cater for this community for the longer term effects. And we argued that such services must be under the jurisdiction of those who are responsible for health services, in this instance, local government. What we found very quickly was that in all of these sorts of issues, the government agencies don't have the resources to undertake the necessary investigations, to undertake the necessary remediation action, or to undertake the necessary services that need to be provided. Whether this is health, whether it's a remediation of the environment, they have to turn, using the argument, the polluter pays, which is stipulated in our legislation, the polluter pays, but the mechanism by which the polluter pays to cover those does not exist. In other words, the only way it could happen is if the polluter not only pays, but the polluter also controls the way those services are rolled out. So we have a situation here where the polluter employed all of the consultants. They were supposedly to be independent, but they were all bound by non-disclosure agreements. So the only information that's provided out to the affected communities and the affected parties is a possibly sanitized report that comes out into the public domain. So that's a problem. As opposed to these consultants being independent, they're actually bound by the company. Similarly, when we argued that local government must demand that health services be provided, because one can also understand, local government does not have the resources to make these sorts of services readily available. They're in the midst of a pandemic. All of their resources are being challenged by this pandemic. And here they had to now provide additional resources caused by a third party. It's fully understandable that the third party ought to pay for those resources, but the mechanism by which the third party pays just doesn't exist. So the only way it could happen, the third party could not, for example, give local government a pot of money and say, right, go and set up the services completely independent of us. The third party had to provide the services directly under their own control. And that obviously means that not only do they control what type of services, they also control the information that's coming out from those services. And that then starts to impact on the rights of the communities that are affected.
No, certainly, and I think the important stress points there, and I know that the focus was on the Kunubia fire, but perhaps, the Commission can benefit from internal insights from the group of excellent expertise you have in the civil society. When you analyze the unrest in general, not just with regards to the Kunubia fire, where do you think we haven't paid enough attention in terms of environmental damage and health? There is the fire, and there's a lot of submissions around that, but if we're to look at it as a nation about what happened, we've looked at police, we've looked at security, we've looked at property, we've looked at the devastating human impact, and I think you bring an interesting perspective with the framework of environment and so forth. Where do you think there needs to be more attention paid in analysis?
So the one thing that we have in this country, we have probably amongst about the best sort of environmental legislation globally. Our National Environmental Management Act, yes, it does have some weaknesses that needs to be addressed, but it's great legislation. It's almost impossible to enforce and to manage in the same spirit as that legislation is written. It always depends on under-resourced agencies to implement this, government. I think we need to move to a situation where we have independent environmental agencies that are taking responsibility for oversight of the environment. We need to make sure that these sorts of agencies are able to monitor not just one or two workplaces or one or two warehouses, but are there any other UPL warehouses they're waiting to explode, not necessarily from a protest, but from other sorts of conditions that may arise. And we see this. I mean, the history of South Durban is littered almost on an annual basis of new instances where companies emit pollutants into the environment, affecting the local communities. But because we don't have a independent oversight over companies, over agencies that are responsible for the environment, things happen and government agencies just don't have the resources, whether it's the Department of Employment and Labor and the Factory Inspectorate or local government and their inspectors. They don't have the resources to investigate every company, to make sure every company is subscribing to the legislation. So clearly what we need to do is to understand where are the most important impacts likely to arise, which will impact on the environment and impact on people's health, and identify those and make decisions about how we can control those and how we can have oversight over these.
Thank you, and thank you, Prof. And in terms of maybe interventions in a speedier form during times of social discord or times of unrest and so forth, which could implicate the burning of things and so forth. Is there perhaps future aspirations by the civil society to engage departments, perhaps to have tactical environmental response units or protocols so that there is always yeah?
Yes, so I think that's important. I mean, civil society groupings like the Kunubia Fire grouping has very limited resources. We're very much dependent on people volunteering the time to be able to engage with this. What we really need is some sort of structure, some sort of entity that is able to rapidly respond to a major disaster. Today it is the UPL. Tomorrow it may just be a tsunami hitting the coast of Durban and affecting the environment. How do we respond to that? So we need to make sure that disaster management plans are in place, But we also need to make sure that there's agencies available to respond to that. Because government resources are so stretched under any circumstances, they don't have the ability, the flexibility to rapidly respond. For example, in this situation, the only way both national and provincial government environmental structures could respond was turning to consultants who had to be employed by the polluter. And therefore, there's a dependency on the polluter to provide the information to the disaster that they've caused. So we need structures that have the ability to respond rapidly, which has the technical expertise and the flexibility to make decisions about what is going on. Government bureaucracy sometimes prevents rapid decisions being made. And that is the reason why an agency which is able to very rapidly assemble the best brains in this country, and clearly from what we've seen with the reports that have emerged through the UPL consultants, we have very good brains in this country to respond to those. But it's a question of, do you put those brains on the side of the polluter, or you bring those brains into an independent entity which can then address the problems that are presenting itself. Whether it's the UPL warehouse fire, whether it's a natural disaster, we need to make sure that we have those sorts of entities to respond and to protect the health of people.
Thank you, Prof. I'm going to hand over to my colleague who's going to continue the questioning. He has a couple of questions, but I'm done from my side. Thank you so much for the generosity of your answers. Lloyd?
No, thank you very much, my brother. Prof, thank you very much for that. And I've just got a few questions, just for clarity's sake, so that the panel is also quite clear in terms of what you have picked up, and I think you've also started to make some proposals as I was listening. Maybe the first one, how would you characterize, from your professional expertise and knowledge, how would you characterize this UPL chemical disaster, just from your experience?
It's certainly one of the largest disasters that we faced in this country from an environmental perspective. It certainly ranks pretty high up in terms of environmental disasters globally as well. And my biggest concern is right now we don't know the true extent of it. Because although the reports have been made available, from the reports that have been made available, it is concerning. But the final reports are not yet available to us, and we don't know the full extent. Sadly, right up to now, some 5-6 months later, we don't yet know what is the full extent of the health impacts of the affected communities. So there's lots of questions we have, but there's certainly very high levels of concerns given the nature of the chemicals and the volume of those chemicals that were stored at the warehouse.
Okay. No, thanks for that. And would you say it's the biggest disaster in democratic South Africa or just in the history of South Africa, from your knowledge?
I have to be corrected there. Certainly, I would say in the last 30 to 40 years that I am aware of.
Okay.
There have been other bigger disasters, I would think, in the mining history and things like that, yeah.
Okay. No, thank you for that. I think it is of assistance. So I think it's quite clear that this is pretty serious.
Absolutely.
Before I ask my next question, Prof, I'm just going to read very quickly from the Constitution, which I'm quite aware you're familiar with. And this is section 24, which reads as follows. Everyone has a right, A, to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and B, to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures. And then there are three points that follow thereafter. One, to prevent pollution and ecological degradation. Two, promote conservation. And 3, secure ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources. Now, from what you've just said now briefly, what is your perspective in as far as this big disaster, which you say is the biggest disaster in the last 30, 40 years, in light with what Section 24 of the Constitution says about the right to everyone not having an environment that's harmful to their health and well-being, and also for the preservation of the environment for present and future generations?
So without a doubt, all of those clauses that you've just read in the Constitution have been breached by this incident. And there's no doubt that it is. The question for us is, to what extent is the current environment and future environment, future ecology of that area being affected? And we're not going to know that. And there's got to be some sort of level of responsibility taken to make sure that that remediation takes place. And this is both for the environment as well as for human health.
Okay, thank you for that, because I think you have highlighted that there's an impact on so many other rights, including health and others, right? Now, having said what you've said, and perhaps if I understood you well, you're saying, in your view, this disaster is a clear violation of Section 24 of the Constitution, which I read out.
That's right.
Okay. And of course, we also know that, as you've mentioned, there are other environmental laws such as NEMA. I'm not saying that we should get into the details of that, but there's other environmental laws, and which regulates, or which ought to regulate, what happened in that particular disaster, and also to prevent similar types of disasters from not only from happening, but if they do happen, at least that the law should actually step in, and it will put a range of obligations to both the state and a company such as UPL. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Now, another point that I wanted to just check with you, Prof, is, are you aware of any investigations that are being conducted by both the Provincial Department of Economic Development and Environmental Affairs, and also the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment?
My understanding is, yes, that the provincial department is investigating the matter, and I'm not sure to what extent the national government is, but there is a direct link between provincial and national agencies. So, yeah.
Okay, and specifically with the KZN department, are you aware of any details with regards to the investigation?
Apart from the reports, some of the earlier reports that have been made public, that is on a website that is managed by the department, I am not aware of any further details.
Okay. And that those reports are available on a public portal, is that what you
That's
said?
right, yes.
Okay. And then,
But I'd just like to clarify, actually, that even though those reports are on the public portal, there's issues related to that as well. Firstly, we don't know whether those reports are redacted, sanitized types of reports, 2, whether those reports have been peer-reviewed and validated, and 3, the biggest problem with those reports is for non-technical people to actually make use of them. It's quite difficult. I know some of those reports that I've been through was a challenge for me to understand. So it's certainly not useful in its current form to lay members of the public.
okay, so having said that, would you strongly propose that such information should be simplified and made easily accessible to ordinary members of the public?
That's one means. I think the entire issue of disaster communication needs to be investigated. So summarizing that information on the website, yes, is one means, but for people like the communities in Blackburn, trying to access that information in whatever summarized form is also going to be a challenge. So there's got to be continuous lines of communication. The department established what it's called a multi-stakeholder forum, but even that has substantial weaknesses because even though it's called a multi-stakeholder forum, there's a lack of direct involvement by both the government agencies as well as by the polluter on those stakeholder forums. So it becomes a one-sided affair. So opening up better communication processes is quite critical in these sorts of instances.
Okay. Chairperson, I've just got two questions left. I will not derail the session further, because as my brother has indicated, we do have the written submission. My one question to you, then, Prof, would be, are you also, are you aware of any, let me rephrase. I think you indicated that the chemicals that are stored at the facility are quite dangerous chemicals.
That's correct.
And of course, storing such chemicals is a highly regulated activity.
That's correct.
And are you aware if there was any lawful or unlawful storage of such chemicals by the company?
I cannot answer that question completely, whether it was unlawfully stored, but because I don't know to what extent they've applied for permission for the storage of substances, but it's clear that there were concerns about the storage, and the concerns were also from government agencies. And that's basically what I've picked up through following media reports and following the reports that have come out from Minister Creasy's public statements. So that's what I can speak to. What we do know is that some of the chemicals that were stored on the site fall under the Rotterdam Convention, which relates to the protection of transportation of dangerous substances. And there are some substances that are listed in that convention which requires what's referred to as prior informed consent. Okay. Minister Creasy had signed that into law, but I believe that, so it's a question of, did they get permission, prior informed consent? Was that legislation signed into law before or after the substances were stored at the warehouse? And the other question is, what impact does it have? That I think that legislation, that regulation has now been delayed. But whether it existed in law for a short period of time and whether that short period of time covered the period of the warehouse fire, I'm not sure.
Okay. And Minister Creasy that you're referring to is the Minister of the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
That's right.
Okay, and then my last question would be that from what you've just said, and I think you are highlighting that you're not aware or not sure whether there was lawful or unlawful storage because of the regulations, etc. But you would agree that such storage would require environmental authorization prior to commencement?
Yes, in some shape or form, the types of chemicals that were stored there, at least local government bylaws would cover those, and certainly they would, local government would need to be aware that those chemicals have been stored there.
Okay, and that's also quite interesting because you did say earlier it cuts across local, provincial, and national.
Cuts across a number of different strata. So one is environmental legislation at the provincial and national level, local government bylaws, as well as occupational health and safety regulations and legislation.
Okay, and then very lastly, before I hand over to the chairperson or to my sister, because I think she's just got one question, are you aware of any criminal investigations in relation to the UPL company in as far as this disaster and of course the storage of the chemicals that you've just mentioned?
I'm aware that there is some legal proceedings taking place that's been initiated by the provincial government. Or the nature of those proceedings, I am not quite clear. So whether it's specifically to do with the types of chemicals or whether it's related to other issues, I'm not aware of the details.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Prof, I'll hand over to my colleague for a quick one. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. For me, it's just two questions, actually, and it could be answered by either of you. The first question really is about the pollution in the river itself and the soil pollution as according to your written submission. Having these two being polluted, the first question is obviously premised on this. Does this community farm, even if it's on a small scale, to feed themselves? And if so, has there been any issues of food security following the contamination of the soil and the water? So that's the first, so it's a bit, yeah, that's the question that I have. And then we'll have a second one once you just finalize that.
Yes, there are two vegetable gardens there in the community.
Yes.
And they are very close to the river that was contaminated with the chemicals. We have talked to them and suggested that they must just move like 15 to 20 meters away from the river because their crops were changing color. Even the plants that are nearby that river are dry and damaged and all that kind of stuff. And the sand on the river is like has changed the color totally. So we have told them to move away because we really don't know, maybe they will be trying to plant some stuff there, but they are killing themselves. And there have been samples taken to, those guys told us that they will take those samples to the labs and test them, but until today they never came back to us and tell us what exactly are like.
And you haven't really, I understand your full answer and I appreciate that. So has that affected the food security for the people who use the garden?
Yes, it has affected it.
Okay, and then one last question from me is whether or not there is any belief from the group, I use the group as the collective, of course, that the UPL warehouse was deliberately attacked or targeted during the unrest for whatever reason or to destabilize KZN?
As a group, we did not even discuss that issue or question, as we felt it was completely outside our remit to do so. Trying to speculate on that we don't have the expertise for that, so we didn't enter into that. I'm sure members in the group may have had their sort of opinions about this, but it didn't come up in any of our formal meetings together.
No, I appreciate that. No, we thought we should just ask if you have, in case you have, so that you can enlighten the commission. But since you haven't, thank you so much then for your time. And should we require anything, we'll probably send you questions for written submissions to just clarify a few things, more so in relation to what the second last question I asked in food security, how many people have been impacted and all of those statistics. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, may I just, before I forget, remind the legal team to, formally hand up all submissions that you haven't done before, including this one and maybe all the other ones that might not have been formally submitted over the past almost 3 weeks, so that it just becomes formally part of the record. Advocate Lords?
Yes, Chair, that submission is ready. I think in haste, we needed to get with the current witnesses to testify. And before close of the sessions today, the submissions will be handed over.
Thank you very much. And then Commissioner Nissen just wants to do a welcoming, and maybe I can give him the first opportunity then if you have questions after that today. And then Commissioner Thuli, usually she gets the first opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, it's just to welcome the group that are here today, the UPL Konobia Fire Civil Society Action Group, and the 2 representatives has been giving evidence. And then we, Reverend Carol Walsh from the Methodist Church representing the KZN Christian Council of Churches, who I must say the leadership of that council during the unrest and after the unrest, together with other interfaith leaders from the Muslim and all the other faith leaders within the greater KZN, that has been of great support, including the South African Council of Churches and the interfaith groups. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Yeah, I've just got a few questions. The first thing is I just want to understand which community was first. Was the industrial park before the Black Mountain Village, Blackburn Village? Which is the oldest? Is it the informal and formal settlement, or is it the industrial park where this chemical warehouse, factory warehouse was?
Warehouses operating there not even more than 3 years.
So Blackburn Village was before?
Yes, I think the warehouse started to operate 2019, like November, October, I think around there, 2019 or the beginning of 2020.
So the question is, when the industrial park, which would then include other tenants, but also this UPL, did they have any consultative process with the Blackburn Village people?
No, not on my experience.
Okay, so which, in any case, if you do any form of development, there must be a consultation with the immediate interested parties, the people around there. So, which means, are you then saying to me they failed to consult with the community in the area in terms of them putting a development in place?
Yes.
Okay. The second thing then, if you're going to bring hazardous or any chemical waste or chemical substance into an area, there must be environmental impact study in order to, and that is, it's a life of its own. And part of that environmental impact study is to consult the communities surrounding that development that's going to take place. So are you aware of any environmental impact study that has been commissioned by UPL, and do you have access to it?
No, we don't.
Okay. Now also in the commercial world, there is, can't get to it now, perhaps our learned friends will look at it, is that that directors who serves on a board and make a decision where there will be make a decision on a commercial entity, process, or venture in which there will be or might be, and where there occurs a environmental violation, those directors are criminally liable There's an act that governs that. Do UPL have a board of directors?
I would assume so. I mean, it is a multinational company. But I must admit, I'm not sure if Cornelia knows any details, but I don't know the details of the corporate structure.
Okay. Because there is also a criminal case lurking for those directors who have been part of a decision where there as this, okay, but then we have to show that in fact there was damage. And if you say that, that there's a sanitized report and not an independent report, but if there are already kind of human rights violations in terms of the health of the community, and it can be shown, then obviously there's grounds for a criminal case to be laid against those directors. And then...
Sure, if I could just intervene.
Yeah.
So even though I made reference to a sanitized report, I'm not saying the reports were sanitized.
Okay.
I'm saying we don't know whether they were.
No, I accept that. Have the company UPL at any given time being involved with the community in awareness campaigns?
No.
So you, for all intents and purposes, you live next to death
I can say that.
without knowing it
No.
until the unrest open it up. So, and from their corporate responsibility program, are you aware of any interventions that they've made into Blackburn Village?
No, sir.
Chairperson, that's my questions.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much, Commissioner Nissen. Commissioner Thuli.
Good morning, Mr. Msizazwe
Morning,
and
ma'am.
Professor Naidu. I have a few questions for you. The first relates to paragraph 1 of your submission. You indicate here that the facility, which is the chemical warehouse, is run by UPL, leased from Fortress Properties, which is a real estate investment company. But the warehouse is a mixed-use development. And it was also a presidential project. Could you first maybe clarify what it means that this was a presidential project?
It's our understanding that the that entire Konubia development area was intended to be a mixed use, in other words, residential, industrial, and other sorts of use areas. And because of the need for economic development, there were some special sort of, I wouldn't say privileges, but certain sort of allowances made to developers in order to get the economic development moving in that community.
What gave you this impression?
This was information that was largely in the public domain around the development of that area.
Are you able to share this information with the Commission?
We will be able to access that information and share it.
Thank you very much. What, in your understanding, is the relationship between Fortress Properties and then the municipality?
I am not aware of there being any particular relationships between those two entities.
Paragraph 1 states, and I quote, "The warehouse is located in a mixed-use development of Konabia City, developed by the municipality of eThekwini in joint venture with Tongaat Hewlett." So it's within this context that I'm asking you what your understanding of the relationship between eThekwini municipality and this property group called Fortress is.
So I have to say that once again, I am not aware of any, I'm not aware of the specific nature of the relationships between the two parties.
Do you know who owns the land in which this warehouse is located?
My understanding is historically that land belonged to Tongat Hewlett. It's part of the sugarcane properties, but how it has changed hands since that point in time, I'm not aware.
Thank you very much, Prof. What, in your understanding and experience, has been the response of Fortress Properties to this disaster?
To a large extent, I am not aware of there being any sort of formal responses from Fortress. Well, certainly not that I'm aware of. There may have been in the media, but as I say, I've not seen anything formally from Fortress.
Any informal that you're aware of?
No, nothing. Once again, nothing. Certainly nothing that the group has come into contact with.
Any responses, formal or informal, from Tongat Hewlett that you are aware of?
No, there's been nothing from Tongat Hewlett as a company.
Any responses, formal or informal, from Crop Life Africa that you are aware of? Crop Life Africa being, according to paragraph 17.4 of your submission, being the owner, if I have this right, the employer of UPL.
I am not aware of any sort of responses from that organization.
Thank you very much, Prof. Babu Msizazwe, in the area that you live in, are people still using Ohlange River?
No, we have stopped using that water from the river, but in terms of kids, I think kids might still be, because in one of those days whereby the company called Spiltech was beginning to do the cleaning, I heard there was one kid had a problem with his feet, but they took that kid to the doctor, and he did get help. But ever since from then, I think the kids also stopped using that water.
Okay, so the kids maybe are scared to use the water as well.
Yes, from now, because there was someone who get hurt, so they are not using the water at all.
Previously, and you'll excuse me if you've responded to this in response to prior questions, what did the community use the water for? Drinking, washing clothes, swimming?
Okay, they were using the water for cleaning, like washing cars, fishing. Yes, but not for drinking. There is a municipality water installed in the community. It's the one that we're using for drinking and cooking.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msizazwe. Can you tell us what the mood is in the community? If you've noticed and you've been able to observe the mood in the community since this disaster happened, has there been any changes that you've observed? If so, what are the changes?
The only thing I've experienced is the change in human health. They have been experiencing like new diseases that they never had before. Mostly in terms of the youth. I can understand in people ranging from age 45 upwards, they can have some those sort of diseases, but it confuses me now when it also affects the youth. Like most of the people have problems in terms of burning eyes, chest problems, all those kinds of stuff. Even block nose, mostly in the mornings and evenings. But during the day, they don't feel like anything. The only problem is mostly in the mornings, there's that cold air in the morning. So when you're feeling that smell coming from the river, you can even feel that it's not a healthy smell, even in the evenings when the sun is getting off. So it's those problems that now we are experiencing that we never experienced before.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msizazwe. You've noticed that there's a particular effect and assumes then that there's a negative effect on the productivity of the youth as well. Is this correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
One assumes that there's also an effect that is negative on the productivity of the youth, their ability to be active, to be productive. Is this correct?
Yes.
Have you noticed any other particular effect? And it's okay if you haven't. You've mentioned the youth and elder people. Have you been able to notice any particular effects, any new complaints from women that are different to the ways in which they were complaining about issues, that are different to maybe the complaints that you see or hear from men in the village?
No.
No.
Yes.
Any particular effect on children that you have heard that are different to the other social groups in the village?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those are?
So most of the time, I understand like kids, like children's, like ranging from few months up to 2 years, they are basically certain times they will be sick, all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to the age like 5 upwards to 14, those ones are on my experience, I think this is where a child is very energetic. So most of them you could even tell by seeing them that these kids there's a problem with them, even if you cannot tell exactly what the problem is. So it's those issues that we are facing.
If I ask you about mental health, depression, anxiety, and all of those issues, would you be able to make an assessment from your own observation on how all of this affects the mental health of those in the village?
I might not give you a specific answer, but the only thing I can say is when you see someone that is not feeling well, and you're trying to convince them maybe to go seek for a doctor, they don't want to go because there's also an issue of COVID-19 thing. So I will just tell you that, hey, if I go there, they will just tell me that I've got COVID-19, then I won't be able to come back, all those kinds of stuff. So like really, that is why I was saying we are looking for someone who can assist us in terms of getting medical attention to the people of Blackburn Village, because they are scared to go to those places just to check themselves that are they still all right, all those kinds of stuff. Because I'm not a doctor or anything, but I can see that most of the people that we have, they have got problems, like serious problems. But now it's difficult for me as a leader just to go into deep details to ask someone about their about their health issues, because they will be like wondering, why am I so interested in getting to know what is like affecting them.
And can you confirm if a doctor or any medical specialist, wherever between the time this disaster happened till now, brought to the village to assess the villagers?
No, there was no one that came to our village.
Have there been any deaths in the village between that time and now? That this could be an unfair question, and please feel free to say so if you feel so.
Okay.
Have there been any deaths that are extraordinary and that you or the community have thought is linked directly or indirectly to this disaster that has happened?
3 deaths, yes, did happen, but when I was doing my own investigation, people were, the reason why the diseases that affected them, it was not like the first time that affected them. So it was just like those kinds of deaths, not like I can say it's linked directly to what has happened to the UPL.
Do you have a number of the total occupants of this village? How many people live in Blackburn village?
Plus or minus 8,000.
8,000,
Yeah, including children.
including children?
Yes.
And how many households? How many homes?
I think it's around 4,000.
Around 4,000?
Yes, around 4,000.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Msizazwe. Now, since the time that this disaster happened up until now, have you seen people move in and out of villages all the time? But have you seen any extraordinary movement of people, whether out of the village or into the village, since the time that the disaster has happened?
The number that is increasing is the number of people coming into the village because of these new developments that are here. They are coming here to work on those developments.
New people coming from outside?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msizazwe. Now, Professor, back to you, and Mr. Msizazwe, you are also free to answer this question. Paragraph 34 of your submission, you state, and I quote, "The looters who started the fire at the warehouse intentionally or negligently failed to respect the environmental rights of the rights holders." Could you tell the Commission, firstly, what resources or sources you used to determine that the fire was started by the looters? Perhaps maybe before that question, a one step prior to that question, who do you mean by looters?
So I think perhaps the phrasing of that is based on what I would say information that we've picked up in the media. So I don't think it's based on any sort of investigation or any sort of formal report that has come out from any particular agency. And I think it's an important point you raise, that it's perhaps, in a sense, hearsay rather than based on any sound fact.
Do you think it may be fair for you to amend then this paragraph to maybe reflect differently to what you have submitted?
I think that's a fair comment. I would certainly report back to the group to review that and to either justify it or to make alterations appropriately.
Thank you, Prof. That's fair enough. Now, my last question. I've just quickly gone to the website of UPL and looked at their media statements around the time of the incident or the disaster and after that. There's one media statement issued on the 2nd of November. Now, we understand, and also based on your own submission, that the beaches were closed from the 17th of July and opened around the 2nd of November. So this statement is in relation to the reopening of the beaches. Now, the statement reads as such: UPL welcomes the announcement by KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. Ravi Pillay, that the majority of beaches that were closed will reopen for recreational purposes today, being the 2nd of November 2021. This latest development demonstrates the success of UPL's ongoing extensive cleanup operations. This decision, and this is the important part of this statement, this decision follows the finalization of the department's external peer review of the independent specialist's final beaches report submitted by UPL on the 24th of September. So a report, an investigation was conducted by UPL, who caused the disaster. They conduct the investigation. They issue the report to say that the beaches are now fine, and they submit this report to the department, and the department accepted this. Are you aware of this?
So that's correct. Just to point out in the process, so what the department did, to its credit, was that it subjected that report that it received from the UPL consultants for an independent peer review. So they did not reopen the beaches immediately they received the report, but they submitted that for external peer review, and on the basis of the peer review, they took a decision to reopen the beaches. You may not be aware, but UPL were very upset at one point when the department refused to open the beaches on the basis of its report. And the department stuck to its grounds and said, we will only open the beaches based on the peer review report. And so that was the process that was followed. But the point you're making is correct. The UPL caused the problem, appointed the consultants, and the department reviews reports by the UPL appointed consultants.
Does UPL Konabia Fire Civil Society Action Group have the expertise, particularly technical expertise, to assess the validity of this report? If so, did you one, have access to the report, and did you conduct such an assessment?
The grouping itself does not have expertise in all matters, but we certainly have a network, both nationally and globally, of people who will be willing to assist. But to the best of my knowledge, we did not have access to that specific beach report until, I'm not even sure if it is available at this point in time. I don't know that it was publicly circulated.
Thank you very much, Professor Naidu and Mr. Msizazwe. That's all from me, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Just one thing from my side. Although, as pointed out earlier by Commissioner Tooley, you base your assertion that the disaster was caused, by so-called looters or media reports. It is indeed also so that this disaster wouldn't have happened at this point in time. Let me put it this way. If it is indeed the case factually that this plant was affected by the so-called looters, then that was the cause for this specific disaster, and it would not necessarily have happened if it wasn't for that intervention. Or, or that was there in any event, or would it have in any event have happened?
So, Chair, I come from a public health discipline. I'm an epidemiologist, and we speak about multifactorial causes of any incident. If you take the COVID-19 epidemic, it is not because of one individual developing this disease in Wuhan province in China. So in any instances, there's multiple factors that influence both the occurrence and the consequences of an event. And in this instance, yes, the fire, however it was started, was the trigger, but the conditions that predisposed to the consequences and the extent of the disaster was already there. So whether it was a looter striking a match or whether it was a lightning storm that can cause this event, it was a disaster waiting to happen.
Let me put it differently, but it was the specific disaster has been caused by the fire. Is that correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Thank you. Anything else from anyone?
Just a last one from me, Chairperson, and that is just to say that the legal team is, I think the Prof made reference to the public portal where reports are being shared, and the Commission has also received from the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, the Legal Services Unit, a preliminary investigative report with findings which specifically relates to the UPL chemical disaster. So that submission is available to the legal team and will be made available to the panel as well. And then I think lastly, it's just to emphasize that some of the technical aspects in as far as the regulation of such disasters and in as far as the manner in which chemicals of this particular nature are stored is highlighted and covered there. And of course, what the report does as well, it does take us through the pre-fire and post-fire aspects which have been analyzed. And I will not bore the panel with all of the legalese there, but just to say that it was also confirmed that there is a criminal case which is under, or rather which has been opened against UPL under Verulam, and and the reference is CAS or CAS 0609 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose that will follow from whatever you report you want to hand up in the, I mean, erring in the caution not for you to provide evidence.
Apologies, Chair. I missed the last part.
No, I mean, the case that was opened and the case number and so on, will that be in some of the documentation that you present to us?
Yes, it's just a reference, Chair. There's nothing else beyond that.
Okay.
I think I was just qualifying that because there was a question put to Prof. Naidu if he was aware of a criminal case against the company, and I'm just qualifying that there is, and all that we have is a case number.
Okay. No, thank you very much for that. Maybe, you know, as a urgent interim kind of measure, Advocate Lutz, being the provincial manager of the KZN office of the Commission, you might just see what interventions you could do in terms of medical, you know, medical support and assistance has actually been requested as well, pertaining to the community.
Yes, indeed, Chair. I think it's a matter of having that deliberation with the legal team and to specifically decipher issues for the panel or this hearing and those that will go outside in as far as the provincial office looking into some of those aspects. But I think I must say also that the provincial office has been in communications with the department, the provincial department, hence the reports that I referred to and the information that we now have. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much for the evidence that we have received, very important evidence pertaining to the environmental impact and health impact. We really appreciated that you came forward, you made your submission, and you also gave evidence here today. Really appreciative. I think at this point then we will rise for lunch and be back at 1:30. So thank you so much. You are excused and your evidence is really highly appreciated. So after lunch at 13:30, it will be the Institute for Security Studies. Mr. David, or Doctor, I don't know what his title is, David Bruce. Good afternoon. Advocate Moroka, are you going to introduce the witness, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We can indeed proceed with the hearing of the rest of the day's testimony. This is our last witness, and he will demarcate for us in which capacity he'll be testifying, but I think we can proceed to just put his name on the record and administer the oath.
Please go ahead with that. Can you just, sir, can you just state your name for us, please?
Good afternoon. My name's David Bruce, and I'm generally work as an independent researcher in the field of policing and public security. I do quite a lot of work with the Institute for Security Studies, and today I'm appearing to speak to a submission made by the Institute for Security Studies to these hearings.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'll affirm the truth of my evidence.
Thank you. Do you affirm that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Advocate Moraka, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm joined here by my colleague, Buan Jones. I understand that you're going to do a presentation first, and then afterwards, both of us will ask questions. I will lead, and if he has some questions that he would like to follow up on that he might pick up during testimony, he will also please request an opportunity to just pose some questions.
Apologies, let me just first introduce the panel. My name is Andre Gaum. I'm a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. To my left, Commissioner Pilili Ntuli, and to my right, Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you.
We all members of the panel, the hearing panel. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Chair, sorry, the witness has indicated that they will be speaking a little bit to their submission. He's not going to be obviously reading it, but he will give us a nice summation and might even answer some of the questions that we may have had. So if we can just bear with him for about 15 to 20 minutes or so. Is that
Thank
correct?
you. That's quite in order. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm then, the Institute for Security Studies has provided a written submission to these hearings, focused on the police response, focused primarily on the police response to the unrest. So I'm not going to try and, I mean, for instance, there's a kind of contents page and so on, and so one could, I could give you an overall summary of what it deals with, but what I'm just rather going to do, which will be consistent with the contents of the submission, is to just pull out some key points from the submission. So over pages 3 to, I think it's pages 3 to 7, there's several general points that are made about how to characterize the unrest. I think it was felt that it would be necessary to provide some kind of sense of how we understood the unrest when putting together this submission, in order to provide a background to the other points that we make late in the submission. And so just in relation to that section, I'm just going to take you to page 6, if you do have it in front of you, where we discuss, this question about how to characterize the unrest and to what degree it might be regarded as a unique event. And, we qualify the argument that it was entirely unique in some ways, but nevertheless we do then say that we broadly accept that, for instance, the manner in which National Commissioner Sitoli characterized the unrest as being as being unique, is in general terms correct. And so broadly, if one's talking about the crowd management environment in South Africa, one can talk about incidents of protest. One can also talk about incidents which have a kind of more disruptive element to them or a violent element to them. But just in this scale, the one facet of this was what appeared to be targeted destruction at a large scale, and then also just the scale of the looting that followed from that. And so it's I think, there's a little question about, partly simply on the question of the scale of the events. It was indeed unique. There's, I think, an important point also on the same page at the bottom of that, on paragraph 13. And they're talking about this question of, which has occupied a lot of attention around whether there should have been better information in advance of the unrest, which anticipated the unrest, and whether there was in fact such information. And just what we focus on there, because it is not actually a major issue that we focus on in the submission, but just there's a particular point that emerges there, which is just that, which is of special concern, which is that we have a situation here where an assault against the state was emerged from within the ranks of the ruling party or of people associated with the ruling party. To the best of our knowledge, that is a correct characterization. And so, and so it just seems inherently problematic for our country if this type of, if the threats to the security of the state emerge from within the governing party. And so, and so along with that goes a particular conundrum for the security services and for the governance of the security services, because one of the aspects of security, the governance of the security services that is desirable in a democratic country is that politicization of these security services be minimized. But it seems that if one, the situation that we had in July seems to have been one that, if it was to have been preempted, would have required that the intelligence agencies focus their scrutiny on elements within or linked to the governing party. And so inevitably that takes them into a situation where they face questions about whether they're being politically used and whether there's some kind of political preference or favoritism that's being applied by them. And so, I think ultimately what this points to is the need for us to engage with our governing party about the problematic consequences and implications of its internal dynamics and politics for the country as a whole, but also for the security services. And so we would hope that this would be an issue that would be foregrounded by this inquiry in any findings that it makes. So then moving just to the next page, and onto another issue. So we then have a section which is headed General Observations regarding the SAPS and the capability of SAPS public order police units. And partly what so I think partly what we're responding to there is, for instance, so far we have had the National Commissioner and the Provincial Commissioner have been amongst those who've appeared before the these hearings. But the basic point there is that we understand it not as purely an issue of the senior leadership of the SAPS itself, but of the broader governance system, that in some ways what is failing us here is not just these kind of individuals who in these senior positions within the SAPS, but for instance, we have a system of political authority over the police and so on. And so insofar as we're looking at the shortcomings of, where we are failing or where we are going wrong in relation to the governance of the police, we also have to look there. And just, I think it's maybe worth making one addition to that paragraph 14A, because it refers to, how do we characterize this governance system? And I think maybe what's important to say there is that in many ways this actually starts with the president, him or herself, as it may be. So the one thing is, of course, that the president appoints the National Commissioner of the SAPS. And of course, the president appoints the Minister of Police. And so there's some quite pivotal decisions that are made at that level. And so I think, if we were to revise the submission, we would add that point, that's also critical. And I think, in discussing this issue, what people increasingly recognize as an example of something that would be desirable here is for a process similar to that which was followed when the National Director of Public Prosecutions was appointed a couple of years ago, where there was a kind of open process of selection on the basis of the merits of the person's suitability for the job, and so I think there can be no doubt that a process of that kind needs to be integrated into the appointment procedures for the senior leadership of the police. Okay, then I just want to move on. I'm trying to be quick. So just, I think another important point then is just moving then to point 8. And it's a point that emerges, paragraph 15D and 16 in the submission. So there's this issue of how the police responded to the unrest, and one of the questions that raises is about the manner in which the police used force, and it's an issue we return to later in the submission. But there's this question of particularly the widespread use of rubber bullets and their use for dispersal. And so there's just, I think, at least 3 or 4 grounds for raising questions about this manner of use of rubber bullets. And so the one point is that if one's talking not specifically about the unrest, but more generally about the protest environment in South Africa, then what, and this is based partly on kind of international research, but have no doubt that it's consistent with the experience domestically, is that generally in protest incidents where you do have violence, it is not members of the crowd as a whole who are involved in violence. It is specific individuals within the crowd. And so insofar as force is used by the police, from a human rights perspective, it should be directed, targeted at those individuals. It shouldn't, the idea that force can be used generally to disperse members of a crowd should not be accepted in South Africa in the general protest environment I'm talking about. The second thing is just that also what the arguments about this is that actually it's counterproductive for the police to use for instance, rubber bullets in this way against members of a crowd, because rather in a crowd situation where there is violence, it isn't necessarily the case that other members of the crowd agree with the use of violence in that situation. But where the police then use force generally against members of the crowd, they will then contribute to a situation where they escalate antagonism against them and effectively mobilize the crowd against the police. But so that's two types of criticisms that can be, or at least questions that can be raised in relation to the way in which rubber bullets have been used by police in South Africa traditionally. But now, here we're talking about a situation of generalized looting, where, for instance, large numbers of people were present at malls or warehouses, and potentially a very large proportion, if not all of these people, would have been associated with the looting. And so, and again, so there one might ask, well, you know, again, is this type of use of rubber bullets, is it likely to be, you know, is it appropriate in these circumstances? And there's a further, you know, criticism or question that can be raised about this type of use of rubber bullets in a situation of generalized looting. And this is that it is largely ineffective. So to a large degree, may largely contribute to moving the problem around, to, you know, one will chase people away from one area and they'll simply go to another area, and or part of the mall, or as soon as the police move on, they'll simply come back, and so on. And so we make an argument in the submission about, you know, how it's likely that the manner in which the rubber bullets were used in the context of this, you know, unrest, particularly the large-scale looting, was quite likely ineffective and didn't really achieve very much. And so we raise this issue of how then, in this type of situation, what type of innovations or or alternative approaches should the police have applied? Okay, so then moving on. Okay, I think maybe I'm going to return to this point, so I'm just going to, there's some points on page 9, but I think I'm going to get back to them. Okay, so then just on page 12, so over page 9 to 12 of this submission, we make engage with this question about the numbers of public order policing personnel and questions. And so I think from part of these proceedings that I've listened to, and I understand that the members of the commission accept that the police were overwhelmed. And so the scale of the problem was one which went beyond the capacity of the police to deal with. And so I think the kind of reflex, the kind of knee-jerk response then is to then say that obviously this means that we need more public order police in South Africa. And so just and so there's further arguments around that over the following pages, but just the essential point is that we argue that it's not a viable proposition, it's not desirable to invest in more and more public order police. And so we motivate that the focus should be on alternatives to that, rather than simply this idea that you can prepare for the possibility that this kind of thing might happen in the future by expanding the number of public order police. Okay, so so then there's a point at the end, and I think I'm just going to focus on that, and then go back to maybe what might be a point which cuts across some different sections of the submission. So I've raised these points about the use of rubber bullets. Okay. So I think there's a first general point that I would like to make. So there's a section starting on page 15, headed the use of force by police. And so I think the first point that would want to emphasize here is just that, along with the idea that the police response to the unrest was to some degree ineffective, there's some idea that it was in some ways, not vigorous enough. That the police were in some ways didn't take the unrest seriously or something like that. I'm just caricaturing or characterizing some of the ideas that I've seen in the media. So there's this idea that the police should have responded more vigorously. And it's not, what's quite ambiguous in that assertion is whether the people who are making that assertion are implying that the police should have used more force in order to address this, the unrest, notably the large-scale looting. And so in some ways what the submission and, the position that is taken in the submission, the argument is that, in fact, the one respect in which we need to affirm and the manner in which the police responded to the unrest was that they did not resort to the use of lethal force. And, and we motivate for that in terms of, the principles governing the use of force in South Africa, that essentially the use of force should be, the use of lethal force should be something that is related to the protection of life, the protection potentially of people against the risk of serious injury, but that it isn't something that should be used for, to protect property. So, but I mean, I think, speaking here, one wouldn't want to create a situation where, there's in some ways a kind of right to loot. And so because the police cannot use appropriate force against people, the generalized situation that prevails becomes one where, people can engage in large-scale looting without any consequences. And so, what we feel needs to be acknowledged is that the commitment to human rights does impose certain limitations on the police in this regard. And so there's a need for certain types of, if the police are to adapt to these constraints and limitations, then there's a need for kind of innovation. So I'm going to speak a bit more about that in a moment, but there's just a couple of other brief points that I do want to make about the use of rubber bullets. The one thing is that I noticed that during the testimony of the provincial commissioner yesterday, in talking about the use of rubber bullets, he switched between this terminology of less lethal weapons, non-lethal weapons and less lethal weapons. And just, I think it's, it in some ways can be seen, well, this is just a point about terminology or language, but I think it is an important point that the correct terminology is less lethal weapons. There is no doubt that rubber bullets can kill people, they can cause serious injury, they need to be recognized as potentially lethal weapons. And so the idea that they are non-lethal weapons has no validity to it. And so I would, we would motivate that in discussing, if these kinds of issues are discussed at all, that the term less lethal weapon should be used. And so just then the point that, just that is highlighted towards the end of the written submission is just then that, despite the fact that these are potentially lethal weapons, that they're not generally lethal when they are used, but they are potentially lethal, and over and above that, one of the major risks that follows from their use is the risk of eye injury, notwithstanding the fact that the SAPS uses these weapons very widely. And in fact, they are used, and I'm not quite sure how widely, but they are used outside the SAPS, also by the private security industry. There are no current standards that clearly set out, the SAPS provides no clear written standard to its members around how rubber bullets are to be used. And so this is just to make mention of the fact that then in March, following the killing of Mthokozisi and Tumba in Braamfontein on the 10th of March, the ISS made a submission to the minister and the national commissioner around what the ISS is regarded as an appropriate standard with which the SAPS should have brought into force. Now, at least in my view, as far as I'm concerned, that is something that could have been brought into force the following week. But as far as I know, proposal on a standard for the use of rubber bullets is being considered in some way, but it has not yet been brought into force. And on a daily basis, the police are using these weapons. On a daily basis, there is the potential that people will be killed or suffer some very serious injury as a result of these weapons. And there is, without a doubt, an urgent need for a standard around the use of rubber bullets to be implemented forthwith. And so any further delay in bringing into effect such a standard should be seriously questioned. Okay, so then I want to then just make a final point. And it's a point that is consistent with, the Marikana Commission made a recommendation for a panel of experts to be established. The panel was established in 2016 and submitted a report to the Minister of Police in 2018, and it made a number of recommendations. It made 136 recommendations, in fact, and my understanding is that, so I talked about these shortcomings in the kind of governance of the police. So my understanding is that if one's talking about a body submitting a report with 136 recommendations to the government, then it is not simply a situation that government can put those into effect. But it is a situation where government needs to have a mechanism which can engage with this, this body of recommendations and interrogate them and say, well, these are, and have some kind of process for prioritizing them or considering them and moving forward with what is, most important in that, set of recommendations. But one of the limitations of the governance system is that it seems to not be able to do this or not do this. And so one is forever, one repeatedly at least, is having these kind of bodies being established, making these recommendations. And, these recommendations seem to then, end there. They go no further. And so, if we are to move forward with our policing system, we need to have policy mechanisms which can engage with these types of, if they are not generating their own policy solutions, then they need to be able to engage with these types of recommendations that come from these bodies and carry them forward into the governance of the police. And so one of the general idea that I think is useful to carry forward from the panel's report is that the public order environment, the protest environment, the unrest environment, it isn't a static environment. In some ways, if you look at the Regulation of Gatherings Act, one's looking at a framework for regulating protests, which is almost based on the idea of a group of people protesting in a kind of fixed setting, or maybe moving from one setting to another setting. But the experience in South Africa and internationally is that protests in many situations is a highly fluid type of thing, where there's a crowd might split into different groups and so on. And that was obviously something which was demonstrated at dramatic scale in relation to the unrest in July. And so the basic point that emerges is that within the police, one cannot have a kind of standard set piece type of approach to the management of crowd situations. And so in this submission then, we talk about what we see as the kind of set piece approach of the SABS to crowd management. And we talk about that on page 8 in paragraph 15. There's a number of points there. And so we talk about this need for a type of more kind of innovative approach. And the one thing that is a limitation in this regard is, for instance, the fact which was raised by the panel of experts was that there's no operational commanders training for commanders in the public order environment. So this kind of tactical flexibility and innovation would need to be something that comes from the operational commander level. And it would require quite a lot of sophistication at that level, and there might be people in the SAPS who do, based on their experience and knowledge of the public order environment, do have some capacity for applying a type of tactical innovation or flexibility. But even if you do have those people, that the knowledge that they have isn't generalized within the kind of echelon of public order commanders. So what one would, and so, for instance, in the situation in July, what one had is a situation where the scale of the unrest, the number of places where unrest was taking place went far beyond the capacity of the police to deploy police units to each individual instance of unrest. And so, we make recommendations in the submission about how the police might, an approach to how we should address the issue of how the police should supplement their capacity. But another point, a more specific point around what would innovation look like here? And so, and one can, and so this is a point that is something that one would, when one's talking about innovation, it's not that we are now putting forward a recipe for innovation. Innovation is something which is, obviously something that needs to be interrogated. But for instance, if you had a command structure here, which was engaging with the unrest in a way which acknowledged that they were in some ways out of their depth and needed to come up with some type of response which was based on adaptation, innovation, ingenuity. So what you would have potentially partly acknowledged here is that this was partly a battle of perceptions, that everyone's got smartphones, everyone's got what was being broadcast on a mass scale was that you could go to virtually any mall in the country and just arrive there and walk away with whatever you wanted. And so potentially, what you would then need, what you might have done, you would have taken, this kind of type of thing was then generally being publicized from malls in the metropolitan areas where the media are present and so on. And so then what you might have done is, the police would have said, okay, we are going to concentrate some of our human resources, some of our platoons on this specific mall. We are going to take back this mall. And we are going to notify the media about this. So we're going to try to ensure that we get the optimum publicity for our, this take back of this mall in KwaMashu or wherever it might be. And so, and so then that would be a way of engaging, it would be quite a limited advance in terms of the, the fact that this looting is dispersed, very widely. But in terms of the battle of perceptions, in terms of this message that was being communicated, that there are no consequences, that the police are absolutely out of their depth, that they are in some ways throwing up their hands about how to respond to this, unrest, it would have just sent out a completely, potentially a different type of message. And so if we accept that this was partly something that an event that took place in the domain of social media, in the domain of perceptions, then that, that is a potential way in which one might say the police might have innovated in responding to this kind of situation. Okay, so thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Advocate Moraka.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I just go to a fundamental question? I think we didn't address that. What do Centers and Institute for Security Studies actually do? So what do they provide, and what are the kind of primary resources that they use? Do they have intelligent context? Do they rely on journalistic resources? Do they have investigative power? If you can just give us a context about what security studies would entail.
Okay, well, I must admit that to some degree I'm not the most appropriate person to answer that question, because I'm working for the ISS on a consultant basis. The ISS is, as far as I understand it, a Pan-African civil society-based NGO, which is based, as far as I understand, in the research and policy environment, using different research strategies and techniques, but also focusing on engagement with policymakers. And so, I would imagine that depending on the specifics of the research challenges or issues that they're facing, the range of research techniques used might vary quite considerably, from various type of qualitative to quantitative techniques. But then also, I think there is also quite a strong orientation towards engaging with kind of senior policymakers and people in state institutions and agencies in addressing questions around security, and also working quite strongly with civil society actors and role players.
Okay, I'm going to attempt my best to keep my questions thematic, but you'll have to bear with me. I was taking notes and I'm trying to slot them in other questions I prepared before. But perhaps we can go to the context of your submission and of the focus on the SAPS in particular. So I don't know where the paragraph is, but I think I'm correct to say that you don't quite agree with the testimony by Commissioner Setole that this was unprecedented, the unrest.
Okay, I think, no, let's just say that, there's always the short answer and the long answer. The short answer would be that to a significant degree it was unprecedented. The observation that the submission makes is just to partly question that idea. We noted, for instance, that it seems that one of the ways in which the SAPS responds to criticisms of its response to specific events is to say that, well, this was unprecedented. And so, for instance, we note, for instance, that at Marikana, they made a similar claim that this whole event was unprecedented. And so, for instance, there was evidence presented to the Marikana Commission, showing that, a month or two prior to the events at Marikana, there'd been similar events of a similar scale taking place in the platinum fields in Northwest. And so we just, So for instance, I think that the essential point is that about whether it was unprecedented or not. Well, yes, it was unprecedented, and therefore, but the major point there is that the scale of the unrest went beyond anything that the SAPS could reasonably have been expected to, have the capacity to respond to. And so, for instance, the deployment of the military was a necessity in these circumstances. But the point, but the point about whether, the argument that the submission makes then is that, nevertheless, the SAPS should not, the unprecedented nature of the unrest shouldn't be used as a sort of a generalized excuse by the SAPS for the manner in which it responded to the unrest. That we should expect that our policing system, which receives quite a substantial budget, and as I've pointed out, has this system of governance overseeing it, and which is supposed to provide leadership and policy direction to it as well, we shouldn't accept that this system hasn't in some ways internalized the fact that this public order environment, the protest environment, is not a static environment, that it requires far more flexibility and agility from the police in how they respond to crowd incidents.
Thank you for that. You will note, even from our terms of reference, that obviously we are investigating, right? So we are very wide in trying to do that. And the reason why I asked the question about, the excuse of unprecedented is because in testimony that we've heard, we have had to consider, for instance, the larger context within which we judge the police's action. And part of that could be stuff like, an unprecedented pandemic, which required lockdown and which required a whole reorganization of state resources and so forth. We're looking at stuff like the president, who might be, you mentioned that, it starts at the top, but he was also making statements about insurrection, which obviously would deviate the police attention in terms of what it is that they would be dealing with at any particular point. There's also, of course, the unprecedented proliferation of information on social media, which may also affect and interrupt already established way of responding to crowds and so forth when, for instance, action can be inspired elsewhere, or there's disinformation about what is happening at another location and police resources are deployed there and so forth. So I think that I just wanted to maybe present that to say from our, from an analysis, there's quite a number of features that I think made the unrest quite unique in a way that wouldn't make established methods of policing effective, even at the level of capacity, because of all of these factors that are pointed out.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and so I think consistent with the issues that you're raising, so for instance, one thing is, and it wasn't clear to me whether they were, the police were arguing that the manner in which social media was used was, was one of the unique aspects of the unrest. But one might, for instance, point to the Fees Must Fall protests of 2016, which were also a situation where there was, I think one could call it a type of unrest situation, which was dispersed across the country, mainly concentrated at campuses. And so social media was used widely by Fees Must Fall participants, partly by, I think, the kind of leaders of the protest, as a way of kind of mobilizing students. I think also they were sort of trying to contest some of the things that were being said about the protest. So I think social media was being used there. And so, this point about whether the police have adequately adapted to the changing environment of what one could call 21st century crowd management would be, one of the ways in which that they might have been better prepared is to have made better, be better prepared to monitor social media, but also then to make better use of social media themselves by, for instance, communicating with the public, motivating people to, informing people about how to best to stay safe in the circumstances where there was widespread insecurity, discouraging various forms of lawlessness, and so on, and potentially also, mobilizing additional support. So, for instance, if people were displaced by the unrest, or if there were need for additional supplies of things like food, or people needed assistance with accommodation, the police could have used social media, for that purpose and positioned themselves entirely differently in relation to the role that they played and how they were seen in relation to the whole episode.
Yes, and I think it ties in with perhaps a point you made earlier about perception and police visibility being seen as part of the tactical ways in which they could respond. And I highlight the issue of social media. I don't know if the police mentioned it, but we definitely know from testimony that incitement is one of the things that the police was exploring as an aggravating or as a source that aggravated and expanded the unrest. And of course, effective use of social media by other people to call for the unrest to cease, right?
Right, yeah. So, okay, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think I accept the point that you're making. I mean, I think there's no doubt that social media was used to incite, I think that's a reasonable word to use. I wouldn't use it generally to refer to things which were merely protests, but something which might be characterized as having been an insurrection. I think there's no question that social media was used to encourage people to engage in unlawful behavior and potentially in insurrectionary types of behavior.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I asked at the beginning just a brief demarcation of what security studies entail or what institutions and centers of that nature would be studying. And I know you focus on the police and kind of like the shortcoming, but I just want to read you our terms of reference. I know you don't have it in front of you, just a short one sentence. We are also investigating the social, economic, spatial, and political factors prevalent in the various affected areas and the extent to which they played a role in the unrest. And there's just a landing for this question of, it's about security. Would you consider, for instance, socioeconomic hardship as a security threat itself? I mean, the idea of long-standing issues of poverty, lack of service delivery. We heard from witnesses who spoke, and I think everyone, including books that have been written about that, even when they focus on the organized nature of the unrest, continue to say things like poverty inspired this, or people who don't have may be easily inspired to loot, or some who have said that South Africa was a ticking time bomb because of its socio-economic nature. So it seems that the unrest and police, what you might call police challenges that the police faced was also exacerbated by the already existing socio-economic condition that might have ballooned the unrest bigger than if it was a single issue arrest. So would you consider that also security risk?
Okay, so now, I mean, we're getting into a kind of field where it's easy to make sort of very vague and broad generalities, but broadly I would accept that point. I think, though, I mean, if we can just take a step back here. So, I mean, there's lots of research that shows that socioeconomic factors contribute to violence. And so, for instance, for instance, there's the term human security, which is a term which is widely used where, my personal inclination is to use the term security as a term to focus in on kind of threats, in some ways to physical safety, the issue of physical violence and crime. But there are people who like to use the term human security, which then frames the issue much more broadly. And so, for instance, if we're looking at our current unemployment statistics, I think, there's no question that in situations of this kind, I don't want to. I could go into into a lot of tangents.
Yeah.
But for instance, unemployment is a potential high risk factor on a security level, and so for instance, one might look at the relationship between looting and things like unemployment and so on. One also had people driving around in Mercedes-Benzes, or I don't know what the make of the car was, who were also involved in looting. So it wasn't only poverty, but I think there's another important point to make, because a lot of people engaged in looting, a lot of the people who died were also engaged in died as a result of what one might call unconscious crowd behavior, stampedes and so on. But then, for instance, one had a specific locality, Phoenix, where there was a specific manifestation of the violence, which wasn't generalized. I mean, I heard the provincial commissioner say that there was also violence of that kind in Chatsworth, and I think somewhere in Mountain Rise. But the point there is that at least there it was at a much lower scale. But in Phoenix, it was, and so I think there is likely to be something specific to Phoenix, which one should try and understand, which it wasn't just the broad conditions, but also something much more specific. But also then we have this thing where the violence originated in KwaZulu-Natal. It emerged, it was associated with the governing party, which has a history of being, involvement in armed struggle against the state. So there's some kind of potential, a possible continuity there. And so also what we have currently in KwaZulu-Natal is that the problem of political killings is above all a problem in KwaZulu-Natal. And I would even go so far as to say that KwaZulu-Natal is, that it's driven by the problem of political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. So there's an association between the political culture in this province and the use of violence. And so, so violence is partly shaped by kind of socioeconomic factors, but it is also culture. And so it's not simply that there's a linear relationship between socioeconomic factors and violence. And so, my understanding is there may be things that are specific to the culture of the governing party in KwaZulu-Natal, or to the political culture in KwaZulu-Natal, or to something to do with the Phoenix itself, which have been or are conducive to cultural type of practices, rather than just socioeconomic factors, which contribute to violence.
No, certainly, and just to reassure you that the socioeconomic question is particularly of interest to us, not least because we heard from the Minister of Social Development, you know, who painted a really harrowing picture of where we sit in terms of that. And of course, and you are right, though there are studies all over the world about the link between poverty and, say, riots and looting, what makes South Africa unique is that we are the most unequal society in the world. Right, we are the most unequal society in the world. Unemployment exacerbated by COVID-19, also so, you know, shocking impact on people and so forth. And that is of interest when social instability happens, is that it's not just the event of the social instability, it's what is it that allows it to come through that.
Right.
But yeah.
If I can just make the point there, yes,
Sure.
that, I mean, I'm not sure, I think that this fact has been, so I'll accept it as a fact that South Africa is the most unequal society in the world. And I mean, one of the things that I've taken in an interest in as a researcher is this question about the relationship between inequality and violence, and I accept that that inequality contributes to violence. But the point is that if we are living in the most unequal country in the world, the violence nevertheless did not take place uniformly across South Africa, despite the fact that there were these precipitating factors all over the country, the type of socio-economic factors that you're talking about. The violence emerged in KwaZulu-Natal, and it spread to Gauteng. And so, you know, I think that there are, you know, to equate it with the socio-economic factors, you know, there's obviously a need for nuance. It's not one or the other, but there's something to do with, you know, what role, possibly a political culture of violence, some other, you know, I think to talk about a uniform culture of violence in South Africa, which some people sometimes do, but is not appropriate. I think to some degree there's cultures of violence, which are in various ways supported by various types of economic conditions and so on.
No, I can accept that. It's helpful also for our own thinkings. And maybe the flip side of this question of perhaps the possibility of dire socio-economic conditions as themselves a security threat. What about the flip side of it, which is, and I think you mentioned it in your report, communities who kind of took up the responsibility of perhaps protecting or elongating police capacity and so forth. Could you maybe speak a little bit to that? Because I think that was one of the crucial features of kind of communities coming together to either protect or keep other people safe and so forth. And obviously thinking about it in relation to the SAPS.
Right, okay. Well, you see, I mean, my understanding of this is partly that there's this phenomenon which is related to historical factors and dominant kind of cultures and systems of political systems. So, for instance, I think in Europe and places like the United Kingdom, there's this idea that the police are the providers of security. But if you look in other contexts, and particularly if you're looking on the African continent, you'll find that the state is not a provider of security for most people. So I think South Africa is a bit of a society which lives a bit in the middle. It's a middle-income country. There's almost, we've almost internalized this assumption or this way of understanding in terms of which we tend to assume that the police, the state police, especially in South Africa, the SAPS, but also there are other state police agencies, are the people who are our security providers. But, you know, we all actually know that that's not how it works. In more affluent areas, there's often paid private security companies. In you know, the kind of private sector also often uses the services of private security companies. In fact, municipalities and even the police and governments make the use of private security companies. And then also there's other types of formations, and there's, you know, and so for instance, some of the provincial governments have organized their own systems of community patrollers I noticed there was a CPF in the area where I stay. The CPF in the area where I live was trying to organize a community patrolling system, which is, in a affluent community by South African standards. And so the general point that this just goes to is that the fact that civilians are involved are part of the system of security in South Africa. The system of security is the official security system. There's also the private security agent, but then there's a whole other set of arrangements, formal, informal, which sometimes then move. Well, yeah. I'll move on to the issue of vigilantism, but that is the reality. And so the fact that civilians were then involved in this, mobilized in many different settings to protect communities or malls or whatever it was, in July, is, I think it's something that is worthy of attention but is not, it wasn't a kind of unique, it wasn't something that was unprecedented. It's something that's going on all the time. And so then then there is obviously this issue of the risk of vigilantism. And I think that, and so as most visibly demonstrated in Phoenix, but I think, what one needs to also just recognize is that we tend to use the term vigilantism when we're talking about role players situated outside of official structures. But of course, there are forms of official vigilantism. One of the issues that South Africa is still wrestling with is this question of whether, how the police conduct themselves, and whether they conduct themselves in a manner which is consistent with human rights standards. And it seems that, it's not a battle, if that's what it is, which has yet been resolved. It's not an issue which has been, which has been addressed in a satisfactory way. There are many, police who, in some ways, believe that they have to resort to extra-legal measures in order to get their jobs done. And one of the justifications that they use for doing that is a complaint that if they forward cases to the mechanisms of criminal justice, that often that doesn't result in people being found guilty and so on. So it's something that South Africa still is. It's a major difficulty that South Africa is still sitting with, because it's clear that the levels of insecurity in South African society are, well, to say that they're unsatisfactory. We have a homicide rate in this country. We have rates of sexual violence, and so on, which we shouldn't regard as tolerable or acceptable. And so, and so these issues of, how to, our own physical security and the protection of our property and so on, are things that are continue to be precarious.
Thank you. Just to give you some orientation, I will deal with the theme of arrest, which you addressed, and I'll also deal with human rights issues. I'm just going to wrap up one or two questions relating to what we are discussing now. Now, the reason why I'm asking that question is because I think that the report, because it focuses on police response to the July unrest, right? And I think it obviously would be, it wouldn't be thorough if we didn't consider the fact that you've got police in the middle, but then you've got the possibility of the deployment of defense, which would extend what we understand at that police prism. You've got the civilians, which you spoke of, but you also have the private security companies. So when we go to private security company as one of the resources that extends the police prism or the police capacity, would you characterize the private security the same way as civilian policing, i.e., one concern about vigilantism from private security companies or use of force or so forth, and then the other one, what you called, that is not really worthy of, say, critical attention, the fact that civilians were protecting property or that there exists some kind of policing within citizens. That's not really unique. There's nothing unique about it in terms of the unrest. Would you say the same of private security companies' involvement during the unrest?
Okay, I mean, I'm just a bit worried about the way you're characterizing what I said, because I think, you know, the unrest was unique, and so this mobilization that took place of, you know, civilians and so on, it's of considerable interest, but all I'm saying is that it didn't emerge from a situation where civilians are not already quite widely involved in providing the security. So, can you just clarify your question? Sorry,
I just wanted to know about the dimension of private security. I think you dealt very thoroughly.
You see, I mean, I must say that, you know, it's one of my own limitations is that I've tended to focus on the state police, but, you know, in principle, private security are civilians. They have no powers which extend beyond the powers of any other civilian. What differentiates them is, you know, to some degree that they should be in some ways trained and are deployed to assist in keeping people secure. But I mean, so the point is, you know, if one, you know, where one draws the line between civilians and private security is definitely not in terms of any kind of legal authority that they have. Okay.
Yeah, certainly, and I just want to clarify that I did not at all interpret your use of not worthy of attention as a disparaging term. I was using it in the analytical sense that it wouldn't pique the eye of an analyst as a new feature that is already there. So just to clarify, it wasn't to mischaracterize and put malice behind the statement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And maybe then okay, it's fine. So civilian policing and private security, and you've clarified that you usually deal with state police and state power. Maybe you might find this mischievous after that caveat. What about the defense deployment? So because the defense is part of the state, so if the defense was deployed, would that easily integrate into what you would call state capacity and state policing?
No, well, again, you know, I would have to say that it's one of the limitations of my own. Again, to some degree, I mean, I'm speaking more in terms of my own personal expertise or whatever background, research experience. But, you know, I recently was working on this question of a kind of African-wide view of policing. And what became apparent to me there was that if one's talking about policing in Africa, one's consistently talking about, you know, not only talking about the police, but talking about a diversity of other formations, including the military. And so this question of, you see, I'm not sure that it's an issue, because I know a lot of people feel, you know, the question about, I mean, I think that there's a strong preference to want to exclude the military from any type of involvement in ensuring domestic security, and see them as, you know, a force for the protection of the country against external threats, insofar as there may be any such things, and so on. And I could go on about peacekeeping, but I mean, if I'm just trying to make one or two clear points about this, I mean, I think, so, you know, if one is looking at the African context, then military are widely used in a domestic policing role. And then there's this, supposedly this principle that is supposed to apply, that when they are deployed, the military are subordinate to the police. And so, you know, you can imagine that, you know, as with a lot of legal principles, they look very nice on, in the statute books, but whether they are actually applied in practice is, far from clear. And so, for instance, if you are to have domestic deployments of the military where this principle is being applied, then you would need to have clear systems for the police to ensure that the military are working in a manner which is subordinate to instructions from the police. And of course, then you would also have to have, the police would have to have proper systems to be able to optimally use these additional resources that are being provided to them, which implies that they need to have a type of sophistication at the command level to be able to actually manage this additional human resources complement, and so on. So those would just be some of the implications that would follow from that. But I'm not sure if I'm helping you at this point.
No, I think you are. You are definitely are. And I don't want to keep you in the dark. So obviously the question is, this report focuses on police response, right? So we have to, as an investigative team and commission that will make findings, subjected to some, to understand its scope, what it looked at, what it didn't look at, in order to properly place its findings, so that these findings are, are properly contextualized within whatever findings we may make. And hence why these questions, and this leads me to my other question then regarding, and I think this is the last question on this point, and it's related to perhaps the scope of your report, which is about the police response. But of course, now we've dealt with defense, we've dealt with civil, we've dealt with private security company, and I just want to move on now to intelligence, for instance, that could assist the police to better respond. When they have information prior, you use the word preemptive, that if there were preemptive actions, it may have influenced the tactical response of the police. But before we go there, maybe we can just locate it in the sentence. I think it's on, I think it's your paragraph 12, Commissioner, paragraph 12 on page 6 of the submission by the witness. And it says, in this submission, we do not address questions to do with preemptive measures such as cooperation of intelligence agencies and law enforcement agencies that might have taken to preempt the unrest. I think we can stop that. Would it be, so just clarify that was not part of assessing the response?
Right, okay. And in the interest of giving a short answer, I can just confirm that this submission doesn't address that issue.
Yeah, and do you think perhaps that if police did perhaps have, for instance, the resources of intelligence, better integrated communication, say, with other agencies, do you think that might have influenced the nature of how they responded between those dates of 9 and 10 July and onwards? Or do you think that would not have had a substantial impact?
Okay, so, there's that point that we make in the following paragraph about politicization.
Yes,
that they would have needed to be subjecting people associated with the governing party in KwaZulu-Natal to scrutiny. And, that's the manner in which intelligence agencies have been used in this country for political ends has been seriously problematic. This is arguably one situation where they should have been used to monitor, intelligence techniques should have been used, if they were not being used, to subject people associated with the governing party to scrutiny. Beyond that, sorry, I'm not sure. And so, is there a question which I'm missing?
I think you went there, perhaps just to refine that question. If we were to assume the proper use of military structure, so if it was not politicized, if there was better communication, if the resources of effective intelligence were at play and considered, do you think it would have in any material way shaped both your analysis of the response of the police and just the way that they technically discharged their mandate?
Well, it's difficult to avoid the conclusion that, particularly, I think the cutoff point is what happened from like the 9th or 10th onwards, that there was a group of conspirators involved at some level. To some degree, exactly what type, how small or big it might have been, how elaborate their plans were, anything like that. It's so potentially, you see, I think one shouldn't overstate the point. Intelligence isn't a magic formula for predicting what's going to happen. It depends on, various factors within intelligence agencies, and often the factors to do with cooperation and communication between different intelligence agencies and so on. But potentially, if this had been identified, there would have been a firmer basis for preemptive action, I think, to potentially nip it in the bud. I think the evidence from the provincial commissioner was that basically on the 10th, their feeling was, we do not know what is happening here. And so they were responding in the dark, and I think what Lieutenant General Makwanadi said was that so they therefore adopted this very defensive orientation, which was orientated towards protecting police stations to mitigate the risk that firearms might be stolen, and then also protecting national key points. So it might have enabled them to preempt the unrest. It might have enabled them to position themselves in a way which would have been able to respond to the unrest more effectively. In general, those are general points which, in principle are true.
Yeah, thank you. I think the issue of policing go to the heart of what we're presenting, so I don't want to hog all the time with testimony. I'm sure the panel will have questions. I'm sure my brother might have a question or two. So I'm almost at the concluding end, about 3 questions. In fact, yeah, 2 questions, but before I get to the 2 questions, just one pesky issue that I just want to resolve. So obviously I asked about the defense because they're an extension of the state. We asked about civilians, and the reason why I wanted a kind of comparison or to highlight the tension between private security company and civilians is because the private security company, we invited the regulator of the private security company, and I think they're much more formal, right, than civilians. They've got a right in law to use firearms. They have a right in law to occupy, protect. In fact, I think in terms of the, when we took testimony from the private security regulator, it was clear from the legislation that when private security personnel are caught up in a public issue such as an unrest, the responsibility reverts from the private interest of, say, protection of property to keeping everyone in the public safe. So they and they assume it with all the guns and all the, unlike civilians. So that's why do you think that's a fair distinction between civilian and former private security?
Okay, subject to correction, my understanding is that through CIRA and so on, there's an attempt to regulate the private security industry. My understanding is that they do not have authority or powers which extends beyond anything that any other civilian has. And so insofar as they might have, it would be in a specific contractual kind of role. So if such and such a company appoints you to do this, then you have, a certain type of authority that follows from that. I would be happy to be wrong. I'm happy for people to, inform me that I'm incorrect. But my understanding is that they do not have additional powers.
No, we would never wrong you. We are just we are just grateful that you are even here to point out all of these nuances and so forth. So it's us who are appreciative. So let me move on to my last 2 questions, and it has to do with this idea of innovative proposals and recommendations that you make about what could help better policing, response, and so forth. And which you address substantively in the written submission, the use of rubber bullets, which you point out is not effective and there's no really utility when you are dealing with mobile groups and moving coordinates. But can you maybe speak a little bit to the proposal of effective use of arrest or special arrest teams? In what ways could those aid a better response by the police?
Right, okay. Well, I mean, I think, the example that I referred to, and, if I had other examples, I'd be happier to have them because I always feel a bit uncomfortable where I use an example from a kind of, whatever you call it, developed or whatever type of context. But so in response to the London riots, okay, they're called the London riots, but they were also quite widely distributed. They weren't just concentrated in London. In 2011, it was, so, okay, on the point of arrest teams, I think it's something that it's highlighted in the panel report, where I think it's an example from like the Dutch police, where they've got a framework for arrest teams and the training of arrest teams, or, what they would, how they would be constituted and so on. And again, that's a model from a completely different context. So I don't think we would simply be able to reproduce that model. But I think that the basic point is that one wants to ensure, in a context of mass looting, one cannot, it's a limitation of the state, the democratic state, the criminal justice system. It cannot hold everyone who is involved in that looting responsible. But it can at least try demonstrate in some way that there are potential consequences. And it is valid and legitimate and appropriate for it to arrest people and charge them and prosecute them, even if the ultimate sanction or sentence is some type of warning. They should receive a criminal conviction for engaging in looting. But the implication then, you see, because, during the unrest, I think the police response might be, well, we arrested 3,000 people. But, this is, sort of learned to, I think the point is, that I want to make here is that, for instance, yesterday there was testimony from Lieutenant General Lebia regarding this, the kind of crimes against the state, a component of the police response. But the basic point here is that, the basic question here is about to what degree has the state instituted criminal proceedings against any people who fall into this kind of second category of people who weren't inciters, or, they weren't the people creating the situation of unrest. They were the people who became involved in this kind of mass looting. And I think I've read about 1 or 2 prosecutions, but my general understanding is that there have been very few. And so we have a situation where the criminal justice system is overloaded anyway. And in some ways, the last thing that it wants is to be burdened with having to prosecute, 300 or 400 or 500 or however many people there might be for looting, which on the scale of things in South Africa is a relatively petty offense. But this is an assumption, but my reasoning is that, my impression is that it would be very difficult for the police and the prosecuting authority to bring virtually any of those cases of looting to court, because they wouldn't be able to support the court cases with evidence. And so, if one is going to use arrests in an effective, kind of tactical, strategic way, what one needs to have is a situation where, so for instance, one has, one uses videographers, and the arrests are used in combination with the support of videographers who are, collecting video evidence against the people who are being targeted for arrest, and so on. And one has got, one is addressing this issue to do with the chain of evidence, simultaneous with arresting people. Otherwise, one isn't actually going to be able to bring virtually any of the people that one arrests to court on charges of theft or whatever it might be that they might be charged with if they are engaged in looting.
All right, my last question, and it's a more general one, that relates to our mandate and the very existence of a Human Rights Commission body. And it's perhaps also connected to the previous question. I was enticed by, both the call for training and public policing to form a peacekeeping, to form part of generalized police work. You also pointed out when discussing arrest the existence of COVID-19, that the idea of arresting mass people, putting them in a van and taking them, to a cell might actually cause more damage. Once again, I was also reminded that the state, and I stand corrected, had about 2 to 3 billion rand in claims they had to do arising from unlawful arrest and detention. And of course, thinking that with the background of our country, and of course also appreciating the perspective that widespread arrest, particularly in a democratic context such as ours, could itself be read as a failure of effective policing, from crowd disbursements and so forth, the same way that the use of rubber bullets could be seen as just excessive use when crowds are mobile and so forth. So my question more generally relates to this. In thinking about innovative methods of assisting the police with situations such as unrest, protests, such as Marikana, Fees Must Fall, July unrest, as we have highlighted in the report, what do you think should be the focus from a human rights perspective? I already flashed the issue of arrest. So when we think about not depriving people of liberty, you can think about health, not putting people in a van and then putting them in a cell under pandemic issues. What else? And if you can't yet figure, give a response, that's fine. But is there anything maybe from a human rights perspective that should inspire and guide how we think about innovative policing methods, even if you think tactically about violence?
Okay. Well, I'm going to give maybe a conservative answer to that question because, I think that it's important to talk about, not just talk about human rights, but to talk about the rule of law alongside that. And so, I think it is very, very important that, the fact that we have human rights in South Africa isn't translated into or understood in any way to mean that this is a country which isn't governed by the rule of law. And so, I would say that notwithstanding the risks, I think ideally the police would, have approached the issue of arrest in a manner which was sensitive to the risks, associated with the pandemic and so on. I think, that if people are involved in looting from warehouses or malls or whatever it is, they do not have a basis for claiming that they were wrongfully arrested, and that they should be arrested. And so I would say that this issue of ensuring that the authorities are in a position to respond in a way that has greater credibility and gives greater authority to the rule of law in this country. I would say that it is imperative for well, you know, I don't think I would, it is imperative for the survival of this country that we accept the importance and affirm the importance of the rule of law.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce. I thought that, you know, your testimony was really generous and insightful, and we also note that you are an independent researcher. So thank you also for the labor of composing, you know, laborious work of this nature that allow us to be nuanced and to untangle complexities and to be like substantive in our investigations and in just generally carrying out our mandate. I'm going to now shift over to my colleague that will ask a couple of questions, and then I'm sure the commissioners will also have some stuff they would like to draw out from you. If you'll just bear with us, please. Thank you. My colleague.
Thank you, Advocate Moraka. Good afternoon, Mr. Bruce.
Good afternoon.
My questions will be on public order policing. In your view, what has occurred within the arena of public order policing over the last 20 years? If you're to give some of the key emerging issues pertaining to public order policing, what would those be?
Okay, well,
Over the last 20 years to date, yeah.
no, I mean, I would say that the first one of all is actually, do we need public order policing? And so I think that, you see, I mean, my understanding is that the people who are involved in protests are generally poor people. And there's something which one can call the politics of crime in South Africa and the politics of policing. And in terms of, you know, the politics of policing, but, you know, various other things, their concerns do not really matter that much. And so the people who have the most to benefit from good quality public order policing are people who, in the greater scheme of things in South Africa, don't matter that much. And so we have Marikanas, we had Andries Titane, we have Mthokozisi Ntumba, we have the Unrest, and then we talk a bit about public order policing. But generally, public order policing takes second place, or one can say third place or fourth place, to fighting crime. And it's not inappropriate that the government and South Africans should be concerned with fighting crime, addressing the problem of crime. So it's entirely appropriate that our policing system gives a high level of priority to you know, addressing crime, but preferably that shouldn't be at the expense of ensuring that we have an effective public order policing system, which above all is intended to ensure that people who are involved in peaceful protests are able to exercise their right to peaceful protest, rather than facing the risk of being shot with rubber bullets. So that would be the first issue. The second issue, well, I mean, I think would then be that in terms of then whether we have the right kind of public order policing system, to a significant degree, then, you know, the approach of the police has then tended to be around this issue of public order numbers. And so, you know, I think it was reflected in the evidence provided by the National Commissioner, but then, he focused on, he gave emphasis to this question of the numbers being inadequate. And so that might be a second issue, because, so this issue of, you see, I think it's a general feature of the police, and it's, my understanding is that it's a characteristic of large bureaucracies, is that they become very rigid in how they operate. The business of how to manage a large bureaucracy in a manner which is innovative is very challenging. And so, in some ways, the SAPS is a very, very, very large organization. As far as I understand, it's definitely the biggest public sector organization in South Africa. And to some degree, what is defined is by this sort of type of bureaucratic rigidity. And so this question of, and one of the things that we should, preferably have in South Africa is a governance system which supports the SAPS in relation to these limitations of its need to innovate in relation to the manner in which the world is changing, such as the dynamic nature of the protest environment and so on. And so the problem there is that the governance environment itself doesn't support the police in addressing these challenges. But the third thing, obviously, then, is that one of the ways in which these limitations is reflected is in the failure to properly engage with questions to do with the standards that should be applied in relation to the use of less lethal weapons by police. And so, you repeatedly have situations where people are being shot in the face and so on, where that simply should not be allowed, unless it's a situation which would justify the use of lethal force, which would be a situation where police are facing a potentially lethal attack from someone. Potentially then the standards that apply to the use of lethal force would apply to the use of rubber bullets. But other than that, shooting people in their upper body or so on should be clearly outlawed by regulations. And so, but it's a reflection of this failure of the governance and management system to recognize that there's specific challenges or problems in the policing environment, and then to, take steps to address them.
No, thank you. That's helpful. In recent years, there has been a noticeable increase in community protests. And there has also been an increase in a number of police brutality cases. And as a result of these police brutality cases, there has been widespread public condemnation of the police. To what extent do you think this constrains the police from enforcing the law? To what extent does it also embolden protesters from engaging in violent protests and destroying public property or even private properties?
Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting stuck here because there was a way in which you prefaced your question, and but that isn't your question. So can I just say that I would hesitate before just accepting your assertion about increases in police brutality. What I would say is that there's a continuing problem of police brutality. How to characterize whether it's increasing or decreasing is more complex. I would also, one of the points which is raised in the report of the panel of experts is that the police do not have reliable information on levels of protest. And so one cannot rely on official information as to clarify questions to do with the levels of protest, and so on. But that wasn't your question. Your question was can you just...
Yeah.
restate it?
So, over the years, we have witnessed an upsurge in a number of public protests, some of which have turned violent. And
Can we just say that there are violent protests, whether or not there's an upsurge? Because, okay, because I'm just getting stuck on that. I think you want to ask me something else.
You disagree with the assertion that there has been an increase?
I think that the evidence is, the information, as far as I know, the University of Johannesburg agree with the police, agree with the assertion. However, the information that's provided by the police is not actually information on violent protest. The information that is provided by the police to substantiate this point is not information on violent protest and should not be accepted as such. It's information which comes from a completely outdated information gathering system and which is collated in terms of standards which, should have been, are far from satisfactory. So basically we don't have good information on that at the moment. But as far as I know, researchers who've looked into it would kind of accept the point that there has been an increase in...
Mr. Bruce?
But I'm not, I think you're trying to ask me a question, so
Yeah.
can we just get to that?
But clearly you have some qualms with the question. Are you aware of the system that the police use to capture incidents of public protests?
Yes, I am.
What is the system called?
It's called the IRIS system, and I've studied it.
And this system is accessible to POP units, to the commanders in the SAPS. Are you saying you have issues with the integrity of the information captured on this system or the accuracy of information on this system?
Okay. Basically, the system has a lot of ways of kind of categorizing protests and so on. But the basic distinction, one of the basic distinctions...
Yeah, let's go to accuracy. For the sake of time...
I'm answering your question on accuracy.
Yeah.
Okay. It has two categories. The one is peaceful, the one is unrest. Okay. Now, what was demonstrated by the University of Johannesburg in their research on data from the system was that the application of the category unrest to the classification of protest incidents was completely unreliable. And that frequently it was what often determined whether a situation was classified as an unrest situation was whether the police had intervened in some way. So, for instance, one might have a peaceful protest where the police had decided to disperse the protesters, and that would be, and that would then be classified on the IRIS system as an incident of unrest. And then this information is taken to the annual report of the SAPS and used to justify the claim that there's an increase in violent protest. So that's the basis for my having a lot of hesitation in accepting, any assertions that are made on the basis of information from the, that is reported by the SAPS from the IRIS system.
Yeah. I note your concerns. I also happen to lead the Human Rights Commission in Gauteng. We receive reports of community protests. So this comes from multiple sources, even from our own monitoring and assessment of the state of human rights in Gauteng. So in your research, have you picked up that over the years there has been an increase in a number of protests, some of which have turned violent? Okay. I'll move to the next
You
question
see,
if you're not
okay,
able
I mean,
to answer.
you know, I mean, my direct answer to that is, I read a report from the university, a journal article from the University of Johannesburg, but this is 2 or 3 years ago, where they sort of said that their research seemed to confirm that there was, you know, there had been, no, I don't accept it. I mean, I think you know, I don't think they were necessarily talking about a uniform trend. So I just don't know. I just don't know.
Okay, this is where I was going.
Okay.
You have the police.
I think these trends, you know, even in terms of the police data, the most recent developments have been that there's been a slight decline in the numbers and so on. It's not a uniform upward trend. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure what you're asking me to agree with. So let's just move on now. Okay.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
So this is where I was going. You have the police, this specialized unit of public order policing that has 5,000 members. There's evidence, not evidence, the testimonies of the police commissioners is to the effect that they do not have sufficient capacity. In the country, there are protests all over. There has been incidents of violent confrontation between protesters and the police. And because of what has happened and the outcomes of the Marikana Commission, the police have tended to hold back for fear of another Marikana massacre, for fear of an increase in the number of lawsuits against them. So I want to know, to what extent does this then affect the ability of the police to quell an unrest?
No, I think that's
because they have to deal with all these
okay.
competing.
But there's different issues that you raise.
On the one hand, there is widespread condemnation that in respect of their brutality and their inaction in respect of protests that turn violent.
Right. Okay.
So I just wanted to know, does this hinder the ability to effectively police public order, to quell unrest?
Okay, I mean, let's just, I mean, if I can, for my own purposes at least, can I differentiate? There's two issues within your question. The one thing is about whether police have sufficient numbers. Okay. Now, you see, my general orientation in approaching these kinds of things is that in South Africa, one cannot ever approach any solution to any problem on the basis that one is going to provide the kind of ideal solution. One always has to, you know, one's approach to any aspect of a problem has to be informed partly by an awareness of the resource constraints. My second thing is on the question about whether there are adequate numbers of public order police, is, well, my understanding, and I've considered the information on this in some depth, is that the evidence is not clear because, firstly, the police do not have reliable information themselves about the scale of violent protest. So now, and so, well, you know, if one's talking about information on violent protest, what one needs is information which is, you know, in some ways a bit kind of differentiated. So on the one hand, one has situations where there's quite a large number of people, they burn down a number of schools or whatever it might be in an area. But that kind of thing is very rare. Then you have situations which are also protests where there is violence, which is basically a large group of people who have some type of dissatisfaction. And within that group of people, there might be 10 or 15 or who knows, 5 people who throwing stones at the police or something. It isn't generalized violence within that community. So if one's talking about assessing how to resource the police in relation to the problem of violent protest, we should be able to have information which makes these kinds of distinctions about characteristic, over the last year or 2 or 3 years, how many of these broadest types of unrest situations did we face? How many, situations of protest where there was some kind of violence against the police did we face, and so on. A lot of these situations are basically these barricade situations where people establish some kind of barricade on a road. Okay. And so, then those are classified as unrest situations. Again, so just there's a need for, in the 21st century, we should be able to just have better information than we currently have on the types of, the scale of the threats that the police are facing. So this is about the resourcing of the police. On the other issue of whether the law in some ways inhibits the police from responding effectively to violent protest, I would basically, I think that's simply not true.
The question was not about the law. We all agree.
Well, if one's talking about the risk of civil claims or anything like that, I think there's no basis for claiming that the police are, that there's the risk to the police is from unjustified police action. That is what exposes them to the risk of civil claims. Above all else, that is what it is. It's when they act on a basis which is not legally justified and, and where they should not be acting in that way.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Sorry,
to,
I'm struggling also.
I'm struggling to comprehend your analysis, particularly on...
What is your question, if I can just ask?
On the police numbers. The police commissioners came here and they confirmed that the specialized unit that is called public order policing is under-resourced. They don't have sufficient personnel to be able to deal with public protests.
Okay.
And 10 years ago, the Falam Commission, it was said then that the public order policing unit should have no less than 12,000 members. At the moment, they have 5,000. So I thought you'd actually agree with this position that we actually need more members of the public order policing in order for the police to respond efficiently to incidents of protest or unrest. It's fine, let me move on to...
Well, no, can I answer that? Because they say this, but it's on the basis of unsatisfactory, the theoretical, as outlined here, the theoretical human resource requirement of public order police is calculated on the basis of information from the IRIS system. The information from the IRIS system is not good quality information on the scale of the problem of violent protest. So therefore...
So are you saying they're only relying on
the
IRIS
claim
system?
that the police are making, that they do not have, that they are supposed to have 12,000 personnel, or whatever it is not actually a well-grounded claim. And the second point that emerges here is that there is this issue that the public order police have a mandate to be involved not only for crowd management, but for the combating of violent crime. And they are used very widely as a resource by cluster commanders, provincial commissioners, and so on, in crime combating operations. So it may not be just an issue of whether or not there are not sufficient public order police. It may also be an issue of how the police resources that we do have are used. So I mean, there's just, it's not, we are living in a country where resources are scarce, okay? the state has resource constraints, okay? There is a very serious problem of crime in this country, and one wants the police to dedicate greater resources to the problem of crime. So, one doesn't want to, simply, let's call it blindly, accept the point that we simply need to expand our public order policing system, unless it's properly motivated for. And up to this point, I've never seen it properly motivated for.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. My other question, and maybe I'm asking you to speculate here, but your analysis will help. There's an unrest unfolding in Gauteng and KZN. The police units deployed are not able to sufficiently quell the unrest. So the question is, with all these challenges that the SAPS has and the impact of the Marikana Commission of Inquiry, which shined light on police brutality in South Africa, the Unrest incident, would you say, because the police themselves need help, but would you say they feel hamstrung in a way because of budget cuts, lack of resources, to deal with incidents of unrest?
I mean, I think the short answer I would say is certainly that working in the police is difficult, that the provision of resources is not optimal, that I think, and I would say that, so often their vehicles are in not very good condition. And the police feel embattled and beleaguered. It's, one of these things that, so I think one needs to appreciate that within the police, there's a very strong sense that they are unfairly criticized. And so I think it's always important to appreciate that there are many police who, are working hard and under difficult conditions. So, I don't have any doubt about that, and that the conditions under which they work often leave a lot to be desired.
Would you agree that marginalized and stigmatized groups in society are particularly at risk of human rights violation by the police and sometimes members of the public or even private security companies?
Yeah, I mean, the first point is that the police in their work, okay, I mean, the term marginalized and stigmatized is a very broad term, so I mean, maybe I would want to be more specific, but to some degree, as it's termed in some police literature, police business is about the kind of bread and butter of police work is working with people on the margins of society. So it's often people in those positions who have engagements with the police, and related to that, they also, I think some of the difficult and complex situations that police deal with involve people kind of on the margins of society, and where police lack the skills or the kind of motivation to deal with those in a way which is appropriate, there are often abuses, yes.
Yeah. And these marginalized communities or groups,
and they also exploit the vulnerability of certain groups.
Yeah. So the incidents of Phoenix, do they surprise you? In light of what you've just said about marginalized communities and stigmatized groups in society. The events of Phoenix where 36 South Africans lost their lives, do these incidents surprise you as a researcher and a South African?
So, I mean, I'm just not quite sure what the question is because, I mean, I'm a researcher. I've been working in the field of violence. There's 18,000 homicides in South Africa every year.
Are you aware of what happened in Phoenix?
I'm intensely aware of what happened in Phoenix. I find it distressing, very deeply distressing.
People were
But
profiled.
you're asking me whether I'm surprised by it, so
People
I'm
were
not quite sure.
stigmatized.
Sorry?
Some of these people come from marginalized communities in and around Phoenix, and they were specifically targeted by members of the public who chose to barricade roads. They were specifically targeted by groups of people who were manning these barricades at public roads. So I was just asking you, does this phenomenon surprise you, if it's a phenomenon? Because there's been a number of mob justice incidents across South Africa which target mainly the poor and marginalized.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, it's just, I can't see if it matters whether it surprises me or not, you know, because, you know, but let's say for the sake of argument, it does surprise me. What I said is I find it distressing. Okay, even,
No, it's fine, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what does the resurgence and proliferation of this incident say about the public's confidence in policing and in our criminal justice system?
Right, okay. You're asking me this in the context of Phoenix?
Yes.
Okay. You see, I mean, my understanding here is that to talk about a juxtaposition here between the police and the community in Phoenix is possibly wrong. That, you know, what does this say about the police attitudes to the police? From the work that I've done, my understanding is that what we're talking about is, in Phoenix, is a toxic environment of policing, in which the manner in which community members conducted themselves was not something that simply emerged out of the blue, I would imagine. Okay. So I would imagine that if one's looking at Phoenix, one's looking at a situation, and I mean, just, you know, the information that's emerged so far about this kind of the way in which the police almost seem to kind of throw up their hands about what was taking place. So, you know, I mean, so, okay. So, I mean, for instance, the Phoenix police station is a police station which in IPID data comes up very prominently as being connected with torture. So now, is that a fact that is completely independent of what happened in Phoenix in July? Or, you know, so beyond that, I don't have the answer. But I have a sense that it's not, these things are not independent of each other.
Yeah.
That, I mean, my reasoning leads me to believe that there was, you know, the manner in which community members conducted themselves in Phoenix is associated with other types of things related to policing in the Phoenix community.
No, thank you. I'll move on from Phoenix. Have
Mr.
you-
Jones, can you just be mindful of the time, please? I don't know how long
or
we
what
will
time
still
do we
go.
need to finish? Yesterday we finished at after 7.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you're not,
I've got a shuttle at
you're not
like about
suggesting that we will go
5.
on until 7:30.
No, I'm not suggesting.
Yeah.
Because
No, just be
I'm
mindful
being
of the time,
limited
please.
from asking questions. So I need to know if there's something that needs to be attended to so that I don't ask the
No,
questions that I had prepared.
there's nothing. I just think that the time for this witness was originally scheduled for 2 hours. So maybe can you just give us an indication as to how long
I
you
think
will
it has to
still
also
continue?
be at the
Also
airport.
to give the panel
So,
members
yeah.
opportunity and so on.
Oh, yeah, his shuttle is at 5, so
Well, I'm not sure, but my flight's at 7.
yeah, I think 5,
Okay.
you should leave at 5, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's aim then.
Yeah, so the next 7 minutes, Commissioner, I will use the next 7 minutes and then give the panel an opportunity to ask your questions. Have you worked with the South African Police Service before? As a consultant or in an advisory capacity?
I've worked for the government as a member of the panel of experts, and
I'm talking about SEPs. I
have
only
I
have
worked-
7 minutes.
Have I
so
ever been contracted by the SAPS? I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Um,
I've been asked to do presentations by them. But
okay.
I've never been employed by them.
But you sort of have knowledge of the organization that is the South African Police Service.
Yeah, I've studied them for 25 years.
Okay. Tell me.
But there's
Yeah.
limitations to my knowledge at the same time.
Okay. No, I understand. So, do you think that the National Commissioner enjoys sufficient operational autonomy that shields him from the current police minister?
No, I don't.
Why do you say that? Briefly, because
Okay,
I have
because
5
we've got-
minutes.
Okay. Well, I think it's apparent. I mean, I think. You see, I mean, the one thing is that I think if you look at the constitutional framework, the constitutional framework says that the minister must issue policy, but then it also has this thing about the minister is provided with the general authority to give directions to the national commissioner. And there's no, the Constitution says nothing beyond that. Being a constitution, it's framed in quite broad terms. So I mean, I think it starts there. There's no set of guidelines or rules, no formal guidelines or rules around how directions may or may not be issued to the National Commissioner, and what are the parameters of legitimate or illegitimate directions. And so, I mean, it's also an issue which is addressed in the panel of experts report, because some people tend to think that this distinction between policy and operational guidelines is a kind of supposedly a viable way of regulating the relationship. But my understanding is that at the end of the day, where one gets to is a point where there isn't a clear line in the sand between those two different concepts, policy and operational, and the optimal way to try and regulate the relationship is by ensuring transparency around directions that are issued by the minister to the national commissioner. And so, for instance, the panel of experts report makes recommendations in that regard.
Okay. Yeah, I only have 3 minutes. My last question, I was going to ask you questions on the civilianization of the police or militarization, the police culture, accountability training, but I will leave those questions. I just wanted to ask you this last question. You said earlier that the unrest was associated with people in the ruling party, or the threats to the security of the state emerged from the ruling party. Do you have any information on this that you could make available to the
No,
Commission?
I don't have any information that's
What do you base this on then?
well, media reports and analysis of how the unrest originated and where it originated from, so on, those kinds of things.
Yeah, I wish I could ask you a follow-up. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Commissioner Thuli.
Mr. Bruce, is that correct?
Hi. Yeah.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay, thanks. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Thank you very much for the time that you have taken to come to this hearing. I only have one question for you. You spoke of cultural factors as contributors to violence. You also spoke to cultures of violence as opposed to one culture of violence. Can I ask you to elaborate on that, please, particularly on your own analysis from your experience of what these cultures are constituted of?
Okay. Well, I mean, I think, you know, I'm a sort of researcher who's worked in the civil society environment. And so there's, you know, once one starts talking about culture, if one's in an academic environment, one quickly gets into very deep water about what is culture and all kinds of things like that. But in my own, you know, type of approach is to associate the idea of a culture of violence with some kind of, with something to do with kind of norms relating to violence. And so where there is a culture that promotes violence, there would be norms that in some ways legitimate or support the use of violence in some various types of ways. There might be norms related to masculinity. They might be norms related to, for instance, a gang culture. There's work that's been done on something called the Code of the Street in kind of inner city areas in the United States of America. And so, I mean, the kind of sensitive issue then in South Africa is, I mean, so for instance, I mean, you know, if I can be kind of direct. So when I was in the shuttle on the way to the airport, I had a conversation with the shuttle driver who told me that there is a problem of violence, an ethnic problem of violence in KwaZulu-Natal province. And so now, you know, I'm not an authority on these things, but it's not the first time I've heard that. And so, but it's not impossible to me that within certain ethnic traditions, there might be, there would be different relationships or attitudes to violence that are in some ways cultural, you know, in the kind of classical sense in nature. Alternatively, when people are talking about this question of violence in KwaZulu-Natal, and for instance, the origins of political violence, they often focus on the political conflict of the 1990s and, particularly, so the fact that there was, within there was, within KwaZulu-Natal, there were different political groups with different political interests that both had a kind of type of military or violence, a capacity to unleash violence. And so, you know, they would say that, well, our problem of violence in KwaZulu-Natal is linked to that. So, you know, again, it's the kind of thing where one could, you know, get very hot under the collar about, you know, whether or not it may be ethnic. One could also then write all kinds of academic papers about, but that's probably about as far as I can help you on this. But I mean, basically, the fundamental insight, you know, that I would say is, you know, that one, you know, that I would insist on as being true, is that, you know, violence is, in some respects, cultural. And so, in the sense that it's, and when I'm talking about cultural, I'm saying it's connected to norms. One might expand on that in terms of how one defines culture. You know, so maybe that's all I can say for now.
Mr. Bruce, I'm going to ask you the question again, perhaps in a different way. I see that you are reserved in the way that you are responding to it. I encourage you to offer us your academic analysis as well. Do not be afraid to offer us your academic analysis. This is partly why we appreciate your presence here. So do not be afraid to do so. You mentioned in your earlier response, when you first began to speak to the cultural factors that contribute to violence, you also mentioned, and I quote, "There's something about governance in KZN." You have now again mentioned this taxi driver who spoke about this ethnic culture of violence in KZN. You've also made reference to the violence in the political violence in the 1990s. And we know the characteristic of that violence in KZN, mainly between the political parties being the African National Congress and the IFP. So we understand that history, we understand the manifestations or the interpretations of masculinity as they were expressed in the manner in which those who participated in that violence did. So what I'm trying to get from you is your own analysis of the manner in which such historical factors have contributed and converged in the manner in which July 2021 manifested or occurred. And I'm going to, without suggesting, bring this perhaps to the fore. We understand in the media reports that we were receiving around the time of July that there were many intersecting forces that played a role, and part of that was the so-called Zulu Royal Army that was also present in Nkandla, the presence of the chief of the army in Nkandla, the expression of those masculinities, because they themselves are plural. So we also want to get an understanding of that, the manner in which that intersected and played a role and contributed in what happened in July. Is that clear?
Well, you see, I mean, okay, I mean, you know, I think I understood you. I'm not sure to what degree I can assist you insofar as that's why I'm here. And so, I mean, all I would say is this, maybe within my own experience, is that I've taken an interest in and studied and written on the issue of political killings. So now, again, we have this phenomenon where there's a general situation in South Africa where many people have a kind of precarious position in our society. And throughout South Africa, political office is potentially a way of escaping from one's position of financial precariousness. And so from a kind of financial point of view, there's an equal premium on political office right across South Africa. But the problem of, so when in analyzing the issue of political killings, people will then say it's connected to, the premium on political office that has an economic underpinning. But nevertheless then, that problem of political killings is above all a problem in KwaZulu-Natal. So how does one then get from the fact that if one looking at the kind of economic determinants, those are widely distributed in South Africa, but in most of South Africa this does not translate into the use of lethal violence. Above all, the pattern has been that where it's related to lethal violence, that is in KwaZulu-Natal. And one might almost go further than that and say that insofar as political killings have become more prominent as a problem in South Africa, it's because they've almost been kind of popularized as a technique of, as part of the political repertoire in KwaZulu-Natal. So that's just what I've observed, and then I've got access to the same repertoire of explanations that everyone else has, in terms of, well, is there a kind of something to do with traditions? I was looking at a book recently where a musician, Johnny Clegg, was talking about the fighting culture in Zulu culture amongst men. So I don't know to what degree it is valid or not to say that there is a specific tradition of a kind of type of aggressive masculinity within Zulu culture, or potentially some traditional cultures in South Africa that potentially differentiates those cultures from other cultures. On the other hand, the other parts of the repertoire refer back to the conflict of the 1980s and 90s and so on. And those are the kind of explanations that people give. And, I can't really go beyond that in terms of my own expertise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce. That's all from me. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. David, just three short questions. The first one is going back to the need of the police SAPs to have their public order policing numbers increased to 12,000. My question is that, I've seen a fair share of public protest, which is peaceful, violent, etc. And the causes of it is from labor to socioeconomic issues to steep service delivery to all sorts of things. And shouldn't we attend to those issues in order to reduce the number of those protests and unrest? There was an old story that Belgium was the protest capital of the world because every time there's a protest, but the way the protest is being dealt with there are completely different from the approach here. So can I ask them that, do you want to answer, or should I continue?
Okay. Yeah, well, I completely, agree with the kind of sentiment that's being expressed in the question. In terms of, my observations would be that, ideally, and I'd like to think that it's not unattainable, is that firstly, obviously, the conditions that give rise to many protests would be addressed more effectively, and for that, by that we would need to have much more effective local government, and we would need to have local political representatives who committed to public service rather than to personal enrichment. So that's something we need to fight for. The second thing is just that, for instance, the panel of experts report, I think it tried to take forward the issue of what might be, some of the other obstacles, some of the and contributing factors to the risk of violent unrest. And so, trying to ensure that insofar as people do protests are peaceful. I think there is also a problem that to some degree South Africans are kind of reconciled to this idea that it is legitimate or valid to resort to violence in the course of protest. And so, so there is research which people have done on protests, where people say, well, we tried all these, the peaceful routes of, that to try and have our grievances addressed, and nothing happened. And then, when we resorted to violence, then we suddenly had the premier arriving in our, in our community and so on. So there's this, so again, it's not a one-dimensional problem that I think there is a lot of grounds for frustration, and there's poor responsiveness by many of the people who should be responding to the problems that people are raising. So that's one facet of the problem. But nevertheless, I think that there is a culture, one of the ways in which violence is cultural is that it's relatively, people in some circumstances resort to violence relatively spontaneously as a way of, in a context of protest. It's almost as if some protests almost give people an excuse to act violently or so on. And so, I think that one of the things we also should be doing is we should actually be pushing back more firmly against the use of violence in protests. And, with some kind of understanding that sometimes violence is, something that's resorted to by people who've, reached the end of their tether. So it's not, but that isn't the full story. I don't think so. I think there is definitely a tendency for young people, for instance, to see protests as a kind of opportunity for violence.
Yeah, that in some cases, but in other cases, the anti-vaccines, they peacefully protest.
Right.
And then they get violently removed or tear gas gets shot at them.
Right, exactly.
GBV protests, peaceful protests, police act. When the people from the restaurants and the leisure industry protested in the midst of COVID, they were attacked, peaceful attacks and so on. But leave it there. The second thing...
but I just want to, and I think it's, something that's referred to in our statement, that we see that as being, part of the problem, that peaceful protesters. And then, as I referred to earlier, and then this will be captured as an incident of unrest on the IRIS system, when the source of the unrest was the police rather than
Okay,
protesters.
so the second question I want to ask is, when we in the dawn of democracy, when we moved away from a South African police force into police services, and then obviously at some stage also the designation and the ranking and all those changed in order to develop a police service, and suddenly went back to a police force, although it's police services, but we've seen an increased militarization of the South African police. Have we lost an opportunity to really become a police services in that transition?
Okay. On this issue of militarization, my own impression is that the term gets thrown around a bit too easily and freely. That, I mean, in some ways, you know, my observation about the SAPS is that it hasn't moved forward in the last 20 years. You know, so for instance, there was there's the question about, you know, whether there is increasing brutality. But I mean, there isn't data that reflects that. The data is that there's been a consistent problem of brutality. So it's a police service which is stuck in its ways. It's not, I mean, in my own experience, you know, and from my own observations, I tend to see that my impression has been that the term militarization started being kind of thrown around a lot after they changed the ranks. But the changing of the ranks, well, I mean, you know, so, I mean, the one way in which one could look at it was in looking at, well, after they changed the ranks, did the number of killings by police increase? And there isn't consistent data showing that. So, you know, you know, I tend to see the primary problem as being one of bureaucratic rigidity. And the weaknesses of the system of governance. And, you know, and so to some degree, you know, this kind of militarization, it's a bit of a kind of political thing that it's one of the kind of tricks in the you know, in the tool set of politicians is, you know, if they're trying to show that they're taking crime seriously, they kind of lay on the rhetoric a bit, and but there hasn't been anything that you could describe as a consistent program of militarization in the police. In some ways, it's just been kind of muddling along in the same way for 20 years with very little substantial change in the way the organization has functioned.
Then, Jim, very lastly, do you think body cams will bring a greater accountability?
Okay. Okay, my short answer to that is that I don't believe in techno fixes. In order to operationalize something like body cameras, one would have to have a whole administrative system in place to support the use of those body cameras and the monitoring of the material from those body cameras and all kinds of things like that. You know, I would hesitate to endorse the use of body cameras just on the basis that I would assume that the implementation of body cameras wouldn't be abundantly, adequately supported. And then, I mean, all I can say is that I've seen that there's a lot of research now on whether or not they're improving accountability, and I haven't managed to keep up to date with all that research, and I just can't tell you what it says.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce. I think it is now almost 5:02, so we're going to give you the opportunity to go and catch your flight, but thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it very much.
Okay, thank you.
So we will then rise now until tomorrow morning at 9. Is that correct, evidence team?
Yes, Commissioner, I do think that we're going to start at 9 tomorrow. But earlier there was a request for us to be able to admit officially and formally, I guess, into evidence the submissions that have been submitted for the period of the 3 weeks that we've been hosting the hearing. They are available.
Yes.
So I guess this is just a formal then request, please, for it to be admitted as evidence and as official record of the hearing.
Yes, maybe we should just then excuse Mr. Bruce in the meantime.
Oh, of course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce.
Okay, well, thank you very much to the, thank you to the...
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it, Mr. Bruce. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner, so just a formal request, please, to submit the bundle of submissions to form part of the official record of the hearing and to be admitted as evidence.
Yeah, okay, that is fine, but is it possible for you just to give an indication as to what these bundles contain?
Well, in the front page, I think there's a schedule there that specifically names the people who have submitted,
Okay,
which
but maybe
date.
you want to just, Lloyd,
Maybe give us a copy there.
for
then we could-
record purposes.
Okay. Can I?
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, so just for record purposes, I think you should mention to us what these documents are,
No, agreed.
so that it becomes part of the record. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and panel. There's 2 volumes. The first one is, firstly, let me say these are oral submissions from the time the hearing was announced and the email address was created for submissions up until the 26th of November. There have been other submissions which will be still collated. So this is specifically related to said submissions up until, or rather, we've got 97 submissions. They have been categorized in terms of the date, and there's also mention of each individual that made such submissions, and they've been collated accordingly. And it is numbered. The first volume, file 1, would be written submissions 1 to 62, and file number 2, or volume number 2, will be 63 up until submission 97. I must also indicate that they have been marked off. There is quite a number of submissions that are in isiZulu. They have been marked accordingly in the index at the beginning of file number 1 or volume number 1. And those submissions, we have sought the professional services for translations, and which translations are still being conducted. So once those have been received, we will be able to supplement the translation to the actual submission that was in isiZulu. So they are duly marked. Those are the 2 volumes and the submissions that we have up until the 26th of November.
Okay, thank you. And this includes all the submissions that were made by witnesses who also gave oral evidence, but at the same time submitted submissions. Is that correct?
That is correct, and you'll see in the actual index, each one is marked in terms of date received, the author contact details, the submission, whether it's in isiZulu, plus wherever there was a request for oral, and some of those were, in fact, everyone that made a submission that also gave oral testimony, it's also here as well.
Thank you very much. So the submissions are so accepted then by the panel as becoming then part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll rise until 9 o'clock tomorrow when the, can we just get a quick indication as to tomorrow's evidence, please?
I think the first evidence will be from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, and it is the Minister of Small Business Development, and then we will hear from Minister Bekicele, who's the Minister of Police. So there will only be 2 witnesses, and he's, with the relevant breaks and lunches, is scheduled for 12 o'clock.
So Minister Cele is 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, yes.
And is the first witness virtual and the last witness, Minister Cele,
I think Mr.
physically here?
Tele,
What is the position?
yeah. The first witness will be virtual, and then Minister Tele will be joining us in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good evening. We will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you.